Eat it, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres ticket to the dance. Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Championship is set for the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Number 2 UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Looking around the NFL, the Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that, barring a trade, the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the NFL concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music, taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/thenightbefore to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
They're great. Ponds and driveways. The men in this arena play for more than glory. They play for those who wait for winter, for those attending for the first time, and for those who have made that cold march down Washington time and time again. And if you win it, they'll stand alongside you on bad days and better days.
Playoffs, baby, we're coming. Stanley Cup playoffs. Here come the Buffalo Sabres.
So dare greatly. Fight for it. This thing of ours is forever.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR.
Man, that is so good and so special. And then if you're watching YouTube, I'm the first thing that appears wearing this uniform. Really? Great job, though, Joe Cali. Good call. That open RJ over the weekend. Man, anyone else get emotional when they saw that for the first time? Because I definitely did.
I'm emotional about it now.
I know.
Come on.
Yeah. I'd heard that audio before. RJ, they put a video out a couple years ago. It had like Okposo and those guys in it. Didn't quite hit the same, you know. So this really this was amazing.
It was an incredible call by the Sabres. They had that ready to go, and they've just been sitting on that. I guess for waiting for however long it was going to take that they would break the playoff drought, and then this thing is awesome and perfect for the weekend, and we'll get to a lot of what they did on the ice as well. Maybe this jersey's actually perfect because, we were wearing Drought jerseys last week to celebrate the end of it. I'm like, well, this is the ultimate celebrate the end of the Drought jersey. It also might be representative of how they're playing lately.
It might be right.
So
it might be right.
Maybe this is perfect. I'm wearing the yellow alternate by the way, if you're just listening on the radio. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. A lot of hockey today. We'll have Paul. We'll have Matt Beauvais coming up a little bit later on. We have a Lightning guest. Tonight is another big matchup against the Lightning, but I want it to be a day of celebrating the end of the drought. I want to hear from you on where you were when it happened, what the day was like for you, maybe balancing the emotion of having the drought end with the game where they get walloped by the Capitals in the same day, and maybe you're not happy with how they're playing and balancing that back and forth. Give it to me, all of it to me. 803-0550 is the phone number if you want to get in on it. If maybe you were thinking of a loved one that's no longer with us when the drought ended, like that's really why I teared up during that RJ Open, was thinking about my best friend who passed away about a year ago, and that made it very emotional for me. And I know I had a lot of people in my mentions with similar stories, their dad or their brother, and just, man, it was, I guess, for me personally, that would make sense why that happened. I didn't think it was going to be that emotional of a day and of a moment until it really happened. I mean, I was building up to the drought ending thinking it would just kind of happen because we knew it was going to happen. Like, they were at 99% to make the playoffs a month ago. It was like out of the Olympic break, a week out, that it was, oh, they're going to make it. There's no pressure here at all. There's no, like, they're going to make it. And that has alleviated that angst, that anxiety for a long time. It is so different than the Bills drought ending. I mean, all the videos and the moments when the Bills drought ended of people running out and jumping into the snow in their front lawns or whatever, breaking, whatever in their house, celebrating. Like, those videos, the Sabres were asking for those videos. I'm sure they got some. But that emotion wasn't like buzzer beater, oh, wait, we made it. We weren't expecting that. I didn't think it would be a moment when they made it, especially if you were going to tell me that it was going to happen via the New York Rangers on an afternoon game on a 70-degree day in the middle of April.
Right.
Like, it was beautiful out. I was out. I wasn't even home, but I knew the score. I knew it was happening, and I did have I told my wife, like, you got to drive to the next place we're going because I just want to put the game up on my phone and see everyone's reaction as it happened. And then it happened, and it was like, oh no, this is a moment. Yeah. And this is emotional. And oh, there's RJ. Oh my God, now I'm crying.
Right. I had the same experience where I think a lot of us probably did, where it was, we've known that this was coming for a while. I since New Year's Eve when they beat the Stars thought, I think they're good. I didn't know if they were going to make it, but I thought they were good. And since January, I've known, all right, they're going to make it. And so it's been this kind of long, like, well, so you're not going to have this wave of tears and emotion. And as that game ticked down to zeros, you see it happen and you go, wow, like, it's real. They did it.
Yeah.
And I think it feels unreal despite all that preparation in that time. And I think that is so much of why we all know how special it is. Like, we know that moment, it became real.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that so many of us have thought we know what this is going to be. It's going to feel good, but we've known it's coming. It's not going to be the Bills, right? You mentioned. But then it happens and it's there. And the RJ video's there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really did it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I was on the air on Saturday and we were watching that game happen, right? Start. And
right, because it ended at about, like, what, 2:30?
2:30-ish.
Yeah. So we were like kind of walking out, and I was home by the point it really ended. But
yeah,
the whole conversation was, is this like a more lackluster drought breaker than the Bills was just because of the drama?
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to be that. And I was on the side of that. And then as soon as it happened, I'm like, okay, sitting there, like, just this wave of emotion rushes over. I'm like, this is insane. Like, it's the New York Rangers actually winning in Madison Square Garden. Like, it didn't seem like it was going to be the thing to do. They weren't even on the ice, but having that happen in that moment, it just seeing everyone's reaction too, and the RJ video, of course, as you guys mentioned, kind of just spiraled it even further. But
Yeah.
I won't forget where I was when it happened,
No, never.
even though they weren't on the ice.
I don't think I'll forget either where I was, but it was just a parking lot. I mean, I'll remember the store, but it was in a parking lot. I was here for the Bills drought ending.
Right.
Bulldog was on the air.
Yep.
Mike was not here. Bulldog was on the air doing postgame solo, and the touchdown happens to Tyler Boyd. And me, Derek Kramer, our boss Alan Davis, there's a couple other people that would have been around. Maybe Ryan Gates was in the room. And everyone just starts running around outside while Bulldog's on the air. And you can hear the roar on the air, like outside the glass. But it's like faint because obviously, like, soundproofing, whatever. But you could hear it. We were loud enough. This will not be the same, but it will still, I think I'll still remember. I'll remember how I felt, for sure. I don't know if I'll remember where I was. I probably will.
Yeah.
I don't know. The day was so weird, though. Like, I wanted to feel amazing all day long, and I did. Like, it was so special when they clinched, just to see the X next to their name and just to see the graphics. The Sabres admin over the weekend was cooking.
Time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, the Sabres Twitter account and all their Instagram accounts, all their social media accounts. Perfect movie reference for sure with their first tweet, which was the Shawshank Redemption coming out of the tunnel into the rain, hands up in the air, was perfect. And they had a bunch of other great ones after that. And I thought Lindy and Tuck, you heard from him before the game, they really hit the right notes talking about that it was momentous, but they weren't trying to get sucked too much into it. They had a game to play that night, so
of course.
That, of course, was part of it. I wonder today, how much are you, the Sabre fans, thinking about it just ending and celebrating that versus being worried that they're not playing all that well? Because I'm even struggling with that a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to feel like this is a celebratory day. Does it feel weird to have that happen because they've lost 5 of 7, and a lot of people are worried that they are slumping at the worst time possible? But maybe you wouldn't think this is the worst time possible.
That's, I think, a good point to bring up. They were always going to have a bump in the road after the streak that they went on. Like the 40 games they played that they were winning so much, that was never sustainable no matter who you are. You could be the all-star team with a roster full of McDavids and McCarrs and D, and you're still going to lose a couple games. It's going to happen. You're going to get beat. And I think that I think it's probably good it's coming now with a little bit of time for Lindy to tweak it and go, all right, I've identified what's gone wrong for us, and I've found our fix, and now we can go into the playoffs with that knowledge of, all right, this is what it looks like when we struggle, when we know we're good. They have not struggled since we've known they're good.
Yeah.
That has not happened yet. So them getting the opportunity to find a way through that, I think, is a positive thing. And I trust Lindy as a coach that's been doing it for as long as he has to be, stable in this moment and know we're good. We've made it. We're not going to fall out here. We know we are a great team, and we know what it looks like when we're great. And now we just have to figure out how to recenter and find that again. And I think that's a process I trust they will find their way through. And I think a game like tonight that just forces you into full commitment, fully, like, you're in this game tonight.
Definitely.
I don't think there's any way they come out slow tonight or they come out flat. Like, this game is going to be a banger. So you need to get up and get ready. And I think that's probably a good thing to help them pull out of it, too.
I think if they came out flat tonight, that's when I would get truly worried. I'm not worried right now. Like,
No.
Today for me is still more about the drought ending. Like, 5 of 7 falling, I think there is a consequence to that. And we'll talk about what that could mean in the first round, because there are new possibilities playing Tampa that didn't seem possible a week or two ago that now are very real as a possibility. It still probably will be Montreal. They lost last night to the Devils. They got shut out after beating New Jersey in a shootout. They had a home and home. So that loss actually last night, the Sabres go back into second in the division. Yep. You have 3 teams separated by 2 points. So we'll get to that. And I do want to hear from you, 803-0550, whether you are more worried about this 7-game stretch that they've had than I am for their play and what it means for the playoffs. I wouldn't disagree with the idea that they play like they have the last 7 games. They'll lose a series in 5.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe they'll even get swept. They're not winning a series playing the way they've played in the last 2 weeks.
No.
But, man, I think on the drought ending, one thing that I always thought would be the case that ended up being true to the 10th degree is when they make it, it will be in a year that we don't expect them to. I've typically thought of that, though, as the starting point is the beginning of the season. Like, going into a season, I didn't think they'd make it this year. I thought they could be close. I thought they could be in a race, be a bubble team, but I was not picking them to make the playoffs this year. What were the odds that they were going to make the playoffs in a year where everyone going into the season thought, oh, they're going to make it this year? Like, what would have had to happen for that to be true? Like, it just wasn't likely.
Yeah, they would have had to make some sort of mega trade for a superstar
right.
that you think changes the very fabric of the team.
Right.
Like, that's what it would have required for everyone to be in agreement. Like, oh, yeah, they're good. No.
Right. Like if they had traded for Hellebuck 2 years ago.
Right.
Maybe that's something like that.
Exactly.
But that's so unrealistic or so rare to have a move like that, especially on a team that was down in the dumps like this one, the longest playoff drought in NHL history. We'll see if that holds, by the way. The Red Wings are looking like they might be knocking on the door of testing that. That if they go 4 more years, I think, then they'll pass the Sabres for the longest drought ever. So we'll see. But for now, it's the longest drought ever. And acquiring a player of that magnitude on a team like this, like it doesn't really happen. They were going to make it in a year where most didn't think they were going to make it. Before we get to like where they were in December, wasn't it true though that a lot of, like a lot of the stat guys that I follow, and they're not total just stat guys, but Dom Lecision from The Athletic, or thinking of the guys from Evolving Wild, or Megan Chayka, or any of these sites that are really bringing data to their projections for the year, were higher on the Sabres than I think the unanimous opinion was. They were, this team's going to be a 92-point team this year, 93 points, and they're like 40% to make the playoffs. I remember seeing all of that at the end of September, in the first week of October, and thinking, where is that really coming from? The roster just isn't that different than last year, other than Peterka out, Doan and Kesselring in. That was the majority of what the change was in the offseason. And then there was Lyon, and there was goaltending. I actually liked the idea of Lyon a lot.
Yeah.
I remember comparing his numbers in the last 5 years before this season to Luukkonen's, and Lyon's were like significantly better.
Yeah.
And it was, okay, I might have a goalie now that is an upgrade over James Reimer or Craig Anderson or whatever I've been pairing with Luukkonen for years. I have a better option next to him if he's not playing well. And that did come to fruition. But is that enough to launch them to a 92, 93-point team? It just always felt like it was a little too high for me. And that ended up being mostly right. And I remember the reasoning for that was, well, their talent, and this is where I missed the boat, and I think they were on it.
Yeah.
Dom Lecision and those types of guys. That this team up front is so deep that they just have too much, not even elite level talent at the forward group. They have so many guys that it's impossible that 2 or 3 of them are not going to have career years. And like just by the odds.
Exactly.
Right? Like, you have 12 guys that are capable of scoring 15 to 20 goals. A couple of them are going to score 25.
Exactly.
And you got that, right? Like Doan has done that. Quinn has had career highs.
Zucker
Actually,
has been really good.
We could look down the list right now. How many guys are on career high paces right now?
That's a great question because they've got a bunch of guys playing as good as they can, and I think it's because they've got other guys to take up space and to give them room to work and pick each other up in those spots. Like, I think there are good teams with good players that need a little bit of buffer room or sort of help. And I think the Sabres are really good at providing that for all of their guys. You guys know you've got support here. We're deep. If you don't score tonight, we're going to be okay because we've got 6 other guys that might. And that's a really comforting thing, I think, for a player to know I am not solely being relied upon to provide everything that we need offensively. I think that's a big factor in what's brought them success.
Players on career high paces this year. So I mentioned Doan is obvious. Doan is, he's got more points and goals this year than he had in his 2 years in Utah.
Yep.
Jack Quinn. McLeod is on that pace for points. He only needs a couple more, even though he's had a really slow
stretch here.
And I'll get to that in a little bit on some of the worries I have. Krebs easily.
Yeah.
He goals and points. Benson hasn't even played the whole year.
Yeah.
Oslin joining the fray. It's his rookie year, so there's no bar to clear. But he's someone they miss a lot.
I think that's very accurate. I think they really miss what he does.
Aren't there losses kind of coincidentally when he went out?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Everybody, who else? Power's not doing this for offense. Oh, Samuelson. Is the other one.
Right.
13 goals and 41 points for the Sabres this year. He had 43 points and 7 goals in his previous 5 years combined.
And a lot of this progression that we're talking about here is just due to development because these guys are young, because the Sabres are a young team, but that they deserve credit for that. If you pick guys young and develop them and they have career years that turn you into a good to great team, then you get credit for having those guys around and trusting them to do that for you. Because there are teams that would have gone into a year like this and decided it's too many young guys, we need more old. And maybe not high ceiling. We need more old that we know what we're going to get, and it might not have the same level that these young guys could get to. And a lot of them have gotten to that level that makes it worth it to take that risk.
Should Lindy get specific credit for some of these players? The way that Granato did Granato did in part, though, because the guy before him was actively ruining people.
Yeah.
And it was so clear and obvious that the difference saving Dahlin's career from where it was under Kruger, the way Granato did. Tage becoming a 40-goal scorer from an AHL guy to Skinner, buried, not even in the lineup, to, he's back. Now he's an 80-point player under Don Granato, career highs. Should Lindy get some of the same type of credit for specific individual players?
I definitely think of that when I think of Ostlund. I think of that when I think about Samuelson.
That might be number one for him, right?
Yeah. I think definitely. I think Ostlund's just top of mind because he's a rookie, and I think Lindy clearly has a liking for Ostlund. But I think if you're talking about developmentally, Samuelson is absolutely the number one story there. I think even Benson, some of the way that he plays is really, brought out by Lindy.
Yeah. Quinn could be this a little bit.
Quinn becoming, Quinn's hitting guys sometimes now. He's banging into people. And I don't know that you're getting that out of him with many other coaches.
Quinn had a play against the Capitals, and there weren't many good plays against the Capitals. We'll get to that game. Quinn had a play against the Capitals where he flew in to the offensive zone. He was by himself. He was 1-on-4.
Yeah.
And he came in like a fighter jet into the offensive zone. And he cut in from the right to the left. Again, he's 1-on-4. I don't know if by the time he got to the middle, if someone had joined him. And he got to the middle of the ice, and he spun around. He was on his backhand. He spun around and whipped a shot on goal. A good scoring chance.
Yeah, it was.
By himself. And I thought, that's a Finnegan-off right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Finnegan-off right now.
Yeah.
And when we had 05-06 night was that December now? Going back a couple of months?
Yeah.
This team's got so many comparisons to the 05-06 team. And I remember when that happened, when they were here, all the guys were back, and this team was getting some of those comparisons. Like the team overall, how the season's going, the surprise element of it. Like a lot of the generic outside looking in types of things that seem similar. But when you looked player by player, I remember thinking, I don't know who's a good comparison on this team for anybody on that. Like, there's no Thompson on that team. There's no 6'6" forward that does this. There's no Dahlin on that 05-06 team. And in the flip end, there's no Drury really on this Sabres team. There's no Miller. There's no, maybe there ended up being a Miller. No. There's no, there was no Finneganov at that point. And I feel like Quinn,
he's kind of filling that role.
He's kind of, is that not far-fetched?
No, the sort of individual skill, the flashiness, and the deep frustration at times, I think fits.
Right. In his own end, there's still some of that with him.
Absolutely. And I think that works for sure. And I think Lindy sort of having his sort of concerns about him, but knowing that he can help and does good things for them, I think that also tracks. So yeah, I don't mind that comparison at all. But
so he's another one. He's another one that I feel like Lindy has gotten the most out of. For Quinn, another element would just be that his Achilles is healed. Right.
That's, I think, maybe the biggest thing is that he looks like he's back to being able to do what he wants to do, and that, like, when you're an athlete that knows, I know that I had the ability to do this, and I no longer do. It's really, really difficult to understand that limit because it changes for you. And I think Quinn was going through that, and finally he's back to just like, okay, I see something I want to do, and I can now just do it. I don't have to worry, am I going to have the push? Am I going to be able to have the pop to do it? I've got it now, and he's confident again, and I think that's a really, really big deal.
Lindy's role in all of this, the drought ending, who deserves the most credit? Power rank them. Lindy, Adams, and Jarmo. We could do that today a little bit. I've seen a lot of debate, mostly in group chats, about that over the weekend. Who deserves the most credit for this happening and the drought ending and this being the year where we did end up being surprised? It worked out that way. The year you weren't expecting it to happen, especially if you put your starting point in December, is the year that they make it. And I do want to get to, and we'll do this when we come back, how worried should we be? The game against Washington got bodied from the beginning, 3-0 within the first 6 minutes of the game. They did dig out of it, only to fall back into it. So Paul's coming up at 7 on that as well. But for you, how did this all happen? And what's your balance right now between celebrating making the playoffs and, they don't look that good in the last 2 weeks? 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off for the week. We'll hang out. A lot of fun on hockey and tonight's game against the Lightning. And, of course, we'll have some draft throughout the day and the week as well. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. I'm actually a little surprised that Awaken 180 is
Eat that, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres ticket to the dance. The Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. The championship is set in the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Number 2 UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Around the NFL, the New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that barring a trade down, the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back, Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the NFL conducted Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice, and he did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season. The celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music, taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. Visit Odyssey.com/thenightbefore to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. The prize includes round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Yeah, it's something that we've worked hard for a long time to be able to get into the postseason. So yeah, felt good, but yeah, tonight kind of took away from that feeling. Obviously, we're in a spot where we're in, but we gotta build our game and continue to get better and find our stride going into playoffs. And last 2 games that wasn't it. So
Tage Thompson, following the Sabres' 6-2 defeat in D.C. against the Capitals. Tage had a very... I loved the tone he hit in postgame. Tage had another comment where he said, it's not just enough to get in. Other teams are doing that every year. It's not that special. We want to do something special, and if we're playing like that, we're not going to. I don't think he... he's not trying to rain on the parade of every, like us and fans that are celebrating and are seeing this as special, which it is. But if you're Tage or you're any one of the leaders on that team, I think that's the tone you need to strike in the locker room and the way you're playing right now. So I liked hearing that from him in postgame. A lot of great stories being told about, the last time this team was in the playoffs or how you reacted to the drought ending, and all that's available to you on the phone lines at 803-0550 if you got a story to tell on it, and how you're balancing the team not playing well with the drought ending. As I sit here in the worst jersey that's ever been. It really, I was watching Owen put a clip up on her social media during the break, and I'm looking like, I'm wearing this right now. I stopped into a coffee place on the way here, and I didn't wear a jacket today. I should have probably. It's pretty cold out.
It's chilly, yeah.
And I got out of the car. I'm like, I'm about to walk into this place with this jersey on. And, of course, everyone's eyeballs go right up. Look at this monstrosity that
Did
just
anyone
walked in.
Spit on you as you walked in? Look at this bozo.
Throw a coffee at you, ducking coffee cups on the way out.
Yeah.
Right. It would have been an improvement.
Right.
It's the yellow alternate.
Some sort of leopard
if
print.
you're listening.
Yeah. It's quite a look.
Someone thought this was a good idea.
Somebody.
It's funny. I always wanted them to have a gold alternate.
Yeah.
And then they did this, and it's like it was so bad that they'll probably never try it again.
It probably seems right.
Will they? Will they ever take another shot at a gold jersey or yellow jersey?
It's got to be tough to after. I mean, maybe in like 5 years or something.
Would it be gold more than it would be yellow?
It has to be, doesn't it?
Their logo it really is it's really yellow.
It is, yeah.
But when they did their 50th anniversary alternate, like what color were the stripes and the logo in the crest? That was true gold.
Right.
So they could do that. They could try a real gold color instead of
sure.
yellow. 803-0550 is the phone number on the Sabres and the drought ending. We got Evan from Syracuse first up this segment. What's up, Evan?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So there's a couple things that I'd like to touch on, just like from the subjects you guys previously talked about. The first is that when it comes to the 05-06 comparisons, I think it's much more appropriate to compare that in terms of general team dynamic and stage they are at this point in the season versus particular type of player, right? Because as Joe said, I mean, we didn't have a Rasmus Dahlin back then. We didn't have a Tage Thompson back then. We didn't have those types of players. It was just a bunch of depth, right? Which coincidentally is the same as this year. We just had depth, and we don't really know where it came from in 05-06. We brought Drury and Briere in on trades, and then all of a sudden, these guys, it's almost as if they came in and then ignited the entire lineup, which took a much longer in this instance, but yeah, that happened here. The second thing is that I believe that we are now seeing exactly why Jarmo Kekalainen was hired as general manager, and the reason is by what has been subtracted due to injuries. So we are missing Sam Carrick a heck of a lot more than people are either giving credit for or want to acknowledge, because Jordan Greenway is just simply not getting it done. I love him. I wish the best for him. I sincerely hope that he becomes a better player while he's in Buffalo. But right now, he's just not getting it done. And that may be reasons that aren't his fault, but it's just not working.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, thanks, Evan, for the call. I want to get to some of the guys, the depths of the lineup in a moment, but on Jarmo and that debate, how much credit should Jarmo Kekalainen get? How much credit should Kevin Adams get? Because there's a lot of, does Adams' name go on the cup if they were to win the Stanley Cup? And I think both can be true, that both had an influence on this happening, and that the GM firing can also be the catalyst for this whole thing starting. I just think it would be far too great of a coincidence to say right around, not when it was made official, because we remember when it was made official, they were 3 games in to their 10-game win streak. But remember the timing of the GM change and when it was kind of out there that this was going to happen. It was many days before it actually became official. It happened while they were out west, where everybody around here, worst kept secret was they're going to do this as soon as they get back from their West Coast trip. Let alone, when would the players have gotten wind of, oh yeah, this is happening? Probably right around when the first game of that 10-game win streak would have been, not 3 games into it. And not that that should really matter to the equation anyway. I just think that when they make that move, it causes all the players to take the place that they're working a little bit more seriously, if not a lot more seriously, and place yourself in your own place of employment and think, oh man, my boss just then doesn't know what he's doing. And then your company changes him out for someone with experience, a resume, doing that same job. You might work a little bit harder because 1, you want to impress him, and 2, you actually have more confidence in the place that you work. And I think that almost definitely happened with all of these players. And that's not even to speak of the stories that have been told about how Jarmo went in there and was Like, I'm going to find out who doesn't work in this room, and if you're not going to work, then you're out of here. That's going to be the standard that we set. I do think that mattered a lot to them doing this. I guess to put it frankly, I do not think this season would look the way it's looked had they not made a GM change. If they had just got healthy and Lindy stayed on as the coach and everything stayed the same, I do not think they would have broken the playoff drought. With the same players and the same roster, I think they needed that change in December. That is not to put Kevin Adams' credit or contributions to this season, though, at 0. I wouldn't want to do that. I'm hesitant to give him a lot of credit because it was his 6th try at putting together a playoff caliber roster. And I don't know, I think you could put a lot of people in that job and give them 6 tries at it, and once they would get it right. But again, I wouldn't put it at 0 because he made the Josh Doan trade. I'm ready to call it the Josh Doan trade. He's the best player in that deal. He made the Ryan McLeod trade. He made the Alex Lyons signing. He decided to keep Samuelson instead of buying him out in the summer when a lot of people like me would have been ready to do that. So he did make a lot of good decisions. But I'm not putting him at the top of this list for why this has happened. They needed the GM change. And I think they needed Lindy to have the right finger on the pulse of what the team needed, how much to lay off them, how much to go after them, not be John Tortorella, but also not be total players coach, find the middle ground, and get the most out of a certain number of players that we went through. Samuelson, Jack Quinn, Noah Ostlund, emboldening him as a rookie. Just pushing just enough of the right buttons so that your players will really carry you to what's happened. We did not really get to the depth of guys. I want to get to that from Evan's call. And Mark, if you stay on hold, we'll get to you first when we come back. Some of the guys that are really letting them down lately. Get to that. Paul at 7. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I didn't think it was going to be that emotional of a day and of a moment until it really happened. I mean, I was building up to the drought ending thinking it would just kind of happen because we knew it was going to happen. Like, they were at 99% to make the playoffs a month ago. It was like out of the Olympic break, a week out, that it was, oh, they're going to make it. There's no pressure here at all. There's no, like, they're going to make it. And that has alleviated that angst, that anxiety for a long time. It is so different than the Bills drought ending. I mean, all the videos and the moments when the Bills drought ended of people running out and jumping into the snow in their front lawns or whatever, breaking, whatever in their house, celebrating. Like, those videos, the Sabres were asking for those videos. I'm sure they got some. But that emotion wasn't like buzzer beater, oh, wait, we made it. We weren't expecting that. I didn't think it would be a moment when they made it, especially if you were going to tell me that it was going to happen via the New York Rangers on an afternoon game on a 70-degree day in the middle of April.
Right.
Like, it was beautiful out. I was out. I wasn't even home, but I knew the score. I knew it was happening, and I did have I told my wife, like, you got to drive to the next place we're going because I just want to put the game up on my phone and see everyone's reaction as it happened. And then it happened, and it was like, oh no, this is a moment. Yeah. And this is emotional. And oh, there's RJ. Oh my God, now I'm crying.
Right. I had the same experience where I think a lot of us probably did, where it was, we've known that this was coming for a while. I since New Year's Eve when they beat the Stars thought, I think they're good. I didn't know if they were going to make it, but I thought they were good. And since January, I've known, all right, they're going to make it. And so it's been this kind of long, like, well, so you're not going to have that's a wave of tears and emotion. And as that game ticked down to zeros, you see it happen and you go, wow, like it's real. They did it.
Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Susudio again?
I'm going to hit you with it with random times here. It's going to pop around.
Why?
Well, it's a good song.
It is not a good song. I did see a list of the top 40 songs the last time the Sabres were in the playoffs. Take one guess. Name one artist that was in the top 10.
Ooh, so we're talking about 2010, 2011.
2011.
Bruno Mars.
Usher.
Usher is in the top 10. More.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Who did you say? Bruno Mars?
Bruno Mars?
It's got to be up there.
Oh, yeah, 17th and 18th.
Okay.
All right.
Grenade. Grenade
Yes,
was
that's
was
exactly
a new
what I was
release.
thinking of.
Lady Gaga.
Number 4.
Okay.
Number 1,
Justin
Katy
Bieber?
Perry.
she was number 2.
Justin Bieber?
No, I think you could be here a while for number 1. CeeLo Green.
Oh, forget you. Oh, man.
That was the number 1
Yes.
song. Oh,
Of course.
man, that's a long time ago.
What a guy, CeeLo
Such
Green.
a long time ago. Let's go to Mark in Tonawanda. What's up, Mark?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, I just think that culture means something, and it was evident by the way he was talking about palm trees and all this. Just he got weird. It just didn't seem like he was a true leader. And then you got a guy like Yarmo that comes in, and Tage Thompson mentioned it on Spit and Chicklets that he met with all the players in the locker room and was like, "Hey guys, we stink. None of your jobs here are safe. I'm going to listen to calls to everybody." And I don't care who you are, a professional athlete, as a competitor, that's got to kind of get under your skin. And I also don't like the way he even handled Lindy Ruff. I don't think Lindy Ruff got to pick his own assistants. Like, that was weird bringing him in. It was all Kevin Adams' show. And leadership starts from the top down, and I'm so glad he's not here anymore. But like you said, Joe, he gets credit for some of these key pieces that you can't argue, but culture matters. I'm going to have to listen to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, those weren't exactly the way Tage put it. Yarmo came in the room and said, like, everybody's available. I'm taking calls on everybody. But the tone he really set was work hard 110%, or I am not playing around. I'm getting you out of here. Something along those lines. Paul Hamilton, when we come back, on the loss to Washington, what is happening on the ice in the last 2 weeks? When we return here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. On Yarmo and that debate, how much credit should Jarmo Kekalainen get? How much credit should Kevin Adams get? Because there's a lot of, does Adams' name go on the cup if they were to win the Stanley Cup? And I think both can be true, that both had an influence on this happening, and that the GM firing can also be the catalyst for this whole thing starting. I just think it would be far too great of a coincidence to say right around, not when it was made official, because we remember when it was made official, they were 3 games in to their 10-game win streak. But remember the timing of the GM change, and when it was kind of out there that this was going to happen. It was many days before it actually became official. It happened while they were out west, where everybody around here, worst kept secret was, they're going to do this as soon as they get back from their West Coast trip. Let alone, when would the players have gotten wind of, oh yeah, this is happening? Probably right around when the first game of that 10-game win streak would have been, not 3 games into it. And not that that should really matter to the equation anyway. I just think that when they make that move, it causes all the players to take the place that they're working a little bit more seriously, if not a lot more seriously, and place yourself in your own place of employment and think, oh man, my boss just then doesn't know what he's doing. And then your company changes him out for someone with experience, a resume, doing that same job. You might work a little bit harder because 1, you want to impress him, and 2, you actually have more confidence in the place that you work. And I think that almost definitely happened with all of these players. And that's not even to speak of the stories that have been told about how Jarmo went in there and was like, I'm going to find out who doesn't work in this room, and if you're not going to work, then you're out of here. That's going to be the standard that we set. I do think that mattered a lot to them doing this. I guess to put it frankly, I do not think this season would look the way it's looked had they not made a GM change. If they had just got healthy and Lindy stayed on as the coach and everything stayed the same, I do not think they would have broken the playoff drought.
Eat that, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres' ticket to the dance. Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning, with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Championship is set in the men's NCAA basketball tournament. Number 2, UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Looking around the NFL, the New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that barring a trade down, the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the NFL concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy. There'll be no discipline at this time. In baseball, the Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. They are 4-5 on the season. The Yankees fell to the Marlins 7-6. They're 7-2 on the season. The Mets bested the Giants 5-2. They're 6-4 on the season. And the Red Sox fell to the Padres 8-6. They're 2-7 on the season. Heads up, football fans. As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music, taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the-night-before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. He's on an island off of Portugal that was not warmer than what we had weather-wise on Saturday. We got to laugh and be like, ha, look, 1 degree warmer here. Yesterday, we might have paid for that a little bit as it went down by 40 degrees. So a little colder this morning. But, you don't have to give yourself too much extra time. There's no snow on the ground or anything. Knock on wood. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The playoff drought is over. The Sabres are slumping a little bit right now. Paul Hamilton joins now on the Western Hotline after the 6-2 loss to the Capitals. Good morning, Paul.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Slumping, too strong a word?
No, they've only won 2 of their last 7, so yeah, I think that's right. I mean, they're not even playing close to what the standard has been for most of this season. A lot of it is, and they talked about mostly the other night, is their defensive zone. It's just been horrendous. They've been letting their goaltenders down, and especially in the last game. I mean, three pucks are in the net before they even knew it. Lindy Ruff has to call timeout, and that was the end of Levi's night. And I'm sorry, I did it the other day too.
Lion,
I called him Lion Levi. Lion's night, and it wasn't his fault, as Lindy Ruff said. He goes, Lion wasn't the one allowing extra guys to come in on net, not covering the guys on the back door, and all of the neat things that were happening at the time.
So we'll get to more on the loss, but earlier in the day, we get the official X next to the Sabres name in the standings. They've clinched the playoffs after the Rangers beat the Red Wings. And what was where were you also when it happened, Paul? Were you like in transit still, the arena? We weren't around the guys on the team, were you?
No. I was still in the hotel.
Okay. How did you experience it all in? The Sabres, that RJ video I thought was tremendous. And they had their fun with it on social media a little bit, but I was wondering how special the moment would be because everyone knew it was coming for a long time, like maybe a month that it was going to happen, but it still hit me hard. I know it hit a lot of Sabre fans hard, even though, again, we knew it was coming, but when it did happen, it was like an exhale for everybody.
Well, the Sabres did release a video of the players coming up on the bus going to the game, and they were all high-fiving and shaking hands and that type of thing, and all smiles. So you could see that they were relieved and they were happy that things happened, because it was tough for them to be happy when we got to talk to them about it after playing a game like that. I mean, it was one of their worst games of the year as far as the way they started and everything, and then we're asking them to talk about how happy they are that they broke the streak and everything, and of course they're happy, but they just got waxed and they weren't real happy. Weren't real happy about that.
Right. When you look back on how this has happened, Paul, do you how much credit does Lindy deserve and Jarmo as well? Lindy, it's a lot of the same players. There's a lot of guys that feel like he's gotten more out of this year, or at least there are players that have made big steps from last year. I mean, Samuelsson would be right at the top of the list. To Jarmo Kekalainen, who didn't really do a lot to the roster, but I don't know, how much credit do you give to the idea of a culture shock or a culture change in December being the catalyst for why this all happened?
I don't think the players had the faith that Kevyn Adams was going to do all the right things to get it done. He had made good moves. I mean, there were some good trades that he made, and Zucker was a good free agent signing, and he had gotten a lot of the players. I mean, he didn't get Dahlin and Thompson, but he got most of the other guys, and but it just wasn't. I don't think they had really any faith that. He would get caught up in a lot of other things. He'd have rabbit ears, hearing about this was said and that was said, and he'd get all worried about it, and things that I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen could care less about. I think that part of it. The players really weren't doing what Lindy Ruff wanted them to do, nor were they doing what Tony or with Don Granato wanted them to do, and they would do it sometimes, and then and that's why it was getting to a point. It was starting to be a year and a half. It's like, well, they don't want to listen to Lindy Ruff. I mean, they're not. He's not getting through to them, and for whatever the reason, and then all of a sudden, they started playing. Why have they only won 2 of their last 9 games? Because they've gotten away from it again, and they're not doing what Lindy Ruff asked them to do, and it's fallen apart on them recently, so
yep.
It shows you right there that they decided to start doing it Lindy Ruff's way, and then the winning started, and they enjoyed winning, so they kept doing it Lindy Ruff's way.
Yeah, they've lost 2 of the last 7 now after falling.
I said 9. I'm sorry, I meant 7.
You had it right the first time anyway.
Yeah.
6-2 to Washington. Yeah, is that to you make it feel like it's an easier fix because they just kind of got to flip the switch back on? Like they would know what the problem is, right? Like why they are giving up 3 goals right away against the Capitals, which wasn't that what it was? Like they were kind of gliding in their own end and turnovers. Like it just didn't feel like they were really into the game for the first 6 minutes when it got to 3-0.
I mean, that's what Dahlin said. He goes, "That was just awful in every way," is kind of the way he put it after the game. He wasn't even real happy. I got him at the end of the first period, and by that time they had climbed back into it and were playing much better, but he was extremely upset then. He was hot. They started off that way, didn't hold up their end with the goaltender, hung Lyon out to dry. Later they would hold Ellis out. Ellis hadn't played a game since early February. I mean, he looked like it, but he certainly didn't get any help. I mean, they were sitting there looking at outnumbered situations all night long. Yeah. And a lot of those outnumbered situations wound up in the net.
So you didn't have a problem with Lyon's game?
Not really. I mean, a slap shot off the back wall, coming back door, the defense has to have that cover. They have all year. That's why the Sabres goaltenders can be aggressive and play those shots. and come out and challenge, because when the puck comes off the back wall, they've got the back door covered. There's somebody there. It's not the opponent standing there for a tap in. And the thing is, too, the bouncy board should not be a surprise to everybody. I mean, you've played in Washington before, maybe not this year, but you've played in Washington before. Part of warm-up is ripping pucks off the back wall to see how bouncy it is. So that shouldn't have surprised anybody that you're going to, because when you have an arena that has a bouncy back wall, guess what? You run plays off it, and you rip shots off the back wall. You know where to hit it, so it'll come out and give you that bounce. So you know, it's just that should not be happening.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. The other thing that happened over the weekend, Paul, was the crazy Zach Metza streak of not allowing a goal since October when he's on the ice came to a crashing end, right? Because it was it 4 over the weekend that he was on the ice for?
Yeah, he gave up 3 in one game. He had given up 1 to end the streak. Well, I say he gave up. I mean, he was on the ice when the team gave it up. Then there was 3 in one game. So it was just, and a couple of them I think you could point at him. You know, it was just such a crazy streak. You knew it had to come to end at some point. I mean, it had to. So it was, but it certainly was a streak I'm not sure I'd ever seen before. You know, and I've seen a lot of hockey over the years.
I can't remember something going that long either. Was it that bad a weekend for that pairing? Would you say, like, they're on the ice for 4 goals against? There's a lot of Stanley chatter, Paul. Like, how effective is he? How much of a problem is he? His numbers don't look, or at least they didn't before Saturday. I have to double check again, but like they were out shooting their opponent when he was on the ice. Like, it was pretty close, but he wasn't getting run over. But I don't know. Like, when you're watching him play, does it feel like something that is gonna cost them in the playoffs? And did it look like that to you when those 2 guys were on the ice against Ottawa and against Washington?
It did recently. It hadn't looked all that bad before that, and it wasn't just, you know, a couple people mentioned things on Twitter, and you think like everybody thinks that. I had almost everybody on my line who were begging to go get this guy, because we live in an area where, for many fans, fighting is the most important thing in hockey, and winning those fights. And if you don't win the fights, they don't even look at the scoreboard. They think the more penalty minutes and fights you have, that's who wins the game. Some of them. So they saw this 6'7" guy who's huge, and they thought, yeah, we need this guy. And it's not like Rempe of the Rangers, who can't play a lick of hockey. Stanley can play hockey. And I kept saying, you really think you need this guy? Did you take a look at how he plays in Winnipeg? Anybody? Do you know what? You sure you want this guy? Maybe somebody else might be a better option. Somebody who's maybe a little bit better defensively. And, you know, instead of worrying about winning the fights, you sure? And it was so many people that wanted him. You know that, and I just kept saying, "Okay, oh, you sure? Okay, well, here he is, and now nobody wants him. Everybody wants him benched, gone, out. Why did they trade for him? It's like you all asked for him, and he came."
Yeah. The one thing that I do see that I think the book was out on with him was there are a lot of turnovers.
Yes.
It's out of his own end, and that was. I mean, we might have talked about that with you the day they traded for him. Is you got a big guy that's not going to give you much offensively. I know he scored some goals this year, not for the Sabres, but if you got a big guy like that, you got to at least have the stay-at-home defenseman, not turn the puck over part of your game, and that really has never been him.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. I mean, that. I understand getting bigger. I mean, Jarmo Kekalainen, I think, wanted him too. I mean, he wanted to get a bigger team. He felt like his team was being pushed around. Well, he hasn't really. I mean, he did, fight Tkachuk, but it seems like the fights he's gotten in were addressing things that happened when he was in Winnipeg.
Right. The Tkachuk thing was they had history together.
Yeah, both of them. The other one was too. Something that happened in Winnipeg. So, I mean, I think people thought Rob Ray had just shown up, but that's not the way hockey's played these days. But there's going to be a fight, a game, and it's going to be wild and everything else. And there are times he's been on the ice and not even near the scrum.
So, would you be at a point now then where you would like to see a different defense pairing, even if it's just to experiment with it? Like Kesselring, Paul, has not played in almost a month now, and I'm wondering if he'll get another shot.
It's not a pair then.
All.
You don't have a third pair because Lindy doesn't play two right-handed shots together. When Metsa dressed with Kesselring, they didn't play together except in warm-up because he didn't have either one that could play left defense. So they were every shift that they played was with one of the top four.
Is that I saw some numbers on that too. Like what? Well, I guess it was just their results in the games where they did that. And I guess, did that go poorly, though? Like, I don't know that that's ideal, like always having to mix your defensemen around, but, I mean, they would have been doing that when they were winning all of their games, right? Like, mixing Metsa in with Dahlin and then with Samuelson and then mixing Kesselring in with this guy. Like, maybe, is there an argument that they should do that?
It's fine. It worked fine until you start compounding it in the playoffs. Do it. You did it for you would have done it for all the rest of the regular season, and then in the playoffs, and I think it would have caught up with you. The top four were playing too much,
right?
In a condensed schedule. That's one of the reasons why. Now when Bryson played with Metsa, or Bryson played with Kesselring, they played more together because you had a lefty righty. And two lefties on the ice together is a lot more common than two righties, and left-handed defensemen are a little more used to playing right defense than right-handed defensemen are used to playing left defense. So that's what I think you would worry about with that is the buildup of it, that you're going to really wear. I thought their top four had worn out right before the Olympic break. And, they had a couple of losses there, and it just looked like they were starting to get run down. And then the Olympic break came, and with everybody except Dahlin got a chance to rest and heal up and everything, and then they came back and were back to what they were again. So that's what I would worry about is just overplaying those guys because you have two right-handed defensemen out there.
To Paul's point about how Metsa and Kesselring, like they would have been in the same game all year long but never played together. They've only played 10 minutes together, Paul, all year. Yeah. Kesselring's played more with Stanley, and that was only in 2 games.
Right. So it was very, very few shifts that they would have gotten out there together. And part of it might have been when they were changing. That could have happened too, the little bit that they wound up out there together. But Lindy Ruff made a point of not putting the two right-handed shots together.
Paul Hamilton with us. Sabres and Lightning tonight. So the Sabres are back in second in the division after Montreal lost last night. They have the tiebreaker on regulation wins at the moment, and they're 2 points back of the Lightning. So the division is really tightened up, and that could matter, right? Like you could get a Lightning first-round series now if Montreal doesn't slow down here. I know they lost yesterday, but for tonight's game, Paul, I guess what would you expect in terms of changes, if anything, tonight? Like certainly they'll go back to Luukkonen, I would imagine. And
I think that was the plan no matter what happened the other night.
Yep.
It was time to get Luukkonen a break. He hadn't played 4 games in a row all year. He had played 3 a couple of times. That was his third time playing 3. So and this is why you got Stanley. If you wanted to get bigger and not get pushed around. I mean, so again, we're talking about, well, should they change? They should change nothing. He's got to play. This game is why you got him. I mean, if you're going to put somebody else in, you'd probably put Shen in for this game instead for Metsa. If you're looking of standing up to the Lightning, now if you wouldn't take Metsa out of the lineup if you're serious about winning the hockey game, but. This would not be the game. I mean, the Ranger game, I guess, would be the one you're looking at. I mean, Stanley was up there he was here for the first Tampa or the third Tampa game, and watched what some of the Lightning were doing, and was very impressed with his new team, how they stood up to the Lightning, but so wished he was out on the ice and everything. So now, and I'll warn you too, and Rob Ray told me, and he certainly went through a lot of these games throughout his career. He said the rematch very often amounts to absolutely nothing.
Right.
That because the NHL says to the coaches, we're going to watch this closely, and there'll be supplemental discipline and this, that.
Colin Campbell's in the building. I remember those tweets.
Oh yeah, and talk to both coaches. I remember we were supposed to talk to Lindy, and I don't even know if we got him because the NHL was talking to Lindy before one of these things. So sometimes they result into something. But very, very often they result in absolutely nothing. But if I'm the Buffalo Sabres, I'm initiating contact out there today. I'm letting the Tampa Bay Lightning, just like they did the last game, let them know you are not going to run us out of our building. And so I think this is a good game for the Sabres. I really do. I think, playing the Lightning with something on the line like this might be the game that maybe gets them back to playing the way they know they can play, because they certainly are extremely upset with the way they're playing now, and they know they have to get back to it. And a lot of them were talking about their defensive play. Their defensive play has slipped drastically recently, and it's something they felt they need to get back to.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't come out intense. Like the way Tage sounded in postgame, really, I guess the way all of the players sounded in postgame after the Washington game. Like needing to dial it back up to 11, and this is the team that you had that performance against not that long ago, and there is meaning on the line in the standings for this matchup. So I wonder what they'll come out looking like. I would expect, though, that they'll look a lot better than they have the last couple of games. And I also wonder, I guess you just kind of said it, defensively, because there was that river hockey comment in Elliot Friedman's piece, and he did not say it was a Lightning player. I would have been surprised if that was not a Lightning player that had said that, and maybe the Sabres players think the same thing. And all right, you think we can't stop you from scoring? Watch us shut you down to 1 or 2 goals in a game like this and prevent chances. It's not just the fighting that you're talking about, Paul. We're probably not getting that to the same level in this game. You're also probably not getting nearly as many goals as you did in the last game.
I would think not, because I don't think Cooper was real happy with it either. I'm not, coaches, they give up 8. They're not real delighted with that one. But if I'm Lindy Ruff too, I'm using the respect card. I'm using, this team doesn't respect you. They tried to run you out of your rink. They thought they could come in and intimidate you, and they're the Lightning, and the backup goaltender. They played their best goalie against the Leafs the night before, and then they throw the backup because they had no respect for you. That's what I'd be saying, whether it's true or not. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'd be doing in the locker room, trying to get them rolling that way.
Last thing, Paul, fourth line tonight. I don't know. What would your thought be on what that'll look like? And I don't think we have any update right on Noah Ostlund. I feel like they could really use him back in the lineup, but that's been pretty wishy-washy right on his timeline.
Yeah, they were gone for 2 games in 4 days, so Ostlund wasn't with them, so they really didn't have a report other than he was skating here in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. So, we'll have to wait and see if, as Lindy has said all along, he could come in tomorrow and be great. It's the type of injury it is. He said that's why he can't really even give any type of timeline, because could be a couple weeks, it could be tomorrow. He said it just depends when the injury kind of heals. So, again, he may have been close, and maybe he would be available. If he's not available, is it Dunn again instead of Kozak? It would be for me. Not that I dislike Kozak at all. You guys know I think he's a good hockey player. I think he's when he's in there. But I also think Dunn normally does a good job, and they're in the offensive zone a lot when he's with that line. And so for me, I would have Dunn in there tonight.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline, 7 o'clock, Sabres and Lightning. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, Joe.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. The Sabres, by the way, did also release some details on their watch party for the home playoff games. It's not going to be party in the plaza, but as they detailed, there was no Canal Side the last time the team was in the playoffs. So they're moving the watch party over just, 30-second walk over to Canal Side. That's where the screens will be. They have said there will be some activities, food stuff. They might have a stage set up for the plaza. But once you're watching the game, that'll get moved over to Canal Side. So I guess a little sad just for nostalgic reasons that you won't be in the same spot as you were for all of those playoff runs in 06 and 07 and the few that they had in the 10 and 11 series. But I think it makes total sense. Every sense in the world. Like, there's more room over there. You've got the space for it now. And if that had been in existence when they last made the playoffs, they would have had it there then. So I think it's perfect, and glad to see that they're doing something. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sabres and Lightning tonight. Got a thought on Lindy and Adams and Jarmo and kind of how we got here and who deserves what amount of credit for us getting to this place where the Sabres have clinched the playoffs and are still in a game tonight where if they win, they are tied for first place in the Atlantic, even with losing 5 of their last 7. Like, it's right there still, winning the Atlantic Division if they are to get a win tonight against Tampa. 803-0550 is the phone number for your calls. Matt Beauvais coming up at 8 o'clock. And there's some Bills timeline stuff for offseason programs that I want to get to as well, because that is starting. And we'll have some details on that for you. And Josh Allen's foot injury, which this is about the time he's expected to be back. So there's some football stuff to get to as well. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. On Jarmo and that debate, how much credit should Jarmo Kekalainen get? How much credit should Kevin Adams get? Because there's a lot of, does Adams' name go on the cup if they were to win the Stanley Cup? And I think both can be true, that both had an influence on this happening, and that the GM firing can also be the catalyst for this whole thing starting. I just think it would be far too great of a coincidence to say right around, not when it was made official, because we remember when it was made official, they were 3 games in to their 10-game win streak. But remember the timing of the GM change and when it was kind of out there that this was going to happen. It was many days before it actually became official. It happened while they were out west, where everybody around here, worst kept secret was they're going to do this as soon as they get back from their West Coast trip. Let alone, when would the players have gotten wind of, oh yeah, this is happening? Probably right around when the first game of that 10-game win streak would have been, not 3 games into it. And not that that should really matter to the equation anyway. I just think that when they make that move, it causes all the players to take the place that they're working a little bit more seriously, if not a lot more seriously, and place yourself in your own place of employment and think, oh man, my boss just then doesn't know what he's doing. And then your company changes him out for someone with experience, a resume, doing that same job. You might work a little bit harder because 1, you want to impress him, and 2, you actually have more confidence in the place that you work. And I think that almost definitely happened with all of these players. And that's not even to speak of the stories that have been told about how Jarmo went in there and was Like, I'm going to find out who doesn't work in this room, and if you're not going to work, then you're out of here. That's going to be the standard that we set. I do think that mattered a lot to them doing this. I guess to put it frankly, I do not think this season would look the way it's looked had they not made a GM change. If they had just got healthy and Lindy stayed on as the coach and everything stayed the same, I do not think they would have broken the playoff drought.
Eat it, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres' ticket to the dance. Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. The championship is set. The NCAA men's basketball tournament. Number 2, UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Around the NFL, the New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes, barring a trade, that the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. And the Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. ESPN's Adam Schefter, he reports that the NFL concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. In baseball, the Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. They're 4-5 on the season. The Yankees fell to the Marlins 7-6. They're 7-2 on the season. The Mets bested the Giants 5-2. They're 6-4 on the season. And the Red Sox fell to the Padres 8-6. They're 2-7 on the season. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Broke it up. Sabres get it right back in. Aggressive play there by Kozak and a shot to the net. Loose puck, scores! That was a great play, and Malenstein with the finish, but that was a group of 5 players doing all their part. Razor coming back, and it's now a 1-goal game. Buffalo now 3-2.
It was looking good at that point. Clawed their way back into the game, down 1 going into the first. You got 40 minutes left. And then they did not score again. Sabres fall to the Capitals. They've lost 5 of 7. They also, of course, lost in Ottawa on Thursday night. But the Rangers help out, and beating the Red Wings clinches a playoff spot for the Sabres. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on how we got here, how you experienced the moment, and what kind of day it was for you, because it was very different from the Bills drought. We knew what was happening. In fact, it wasn't like the Rangers didn't let us know that it was happening, too. Like, they were up 3-0 early in the third period and was, okay, we're just watching the clock countdown.
Yeah, it was. I remember telling myself, like, remember that this game starts early, like, tune in for the third or whatever, because you're going to want to see how it finishes up. And I remember checking my phone, like, just to see what the score was, just to see, like, how is it a blowout or, whatever. What's happening? And it was 3-0 Rangers. I was like, oh, man, like, all right. Let me go settle in and watch this happen and watch this thing occur. And it was really funny. It was telegraphed from every step since December 9th, really. Like, they got good, got great, and then they got in on Saturday off of a team just kind of kicking Detroit's butt. I mean, Detroit, man, what a mess down there.
They are. I don't know what you do if you're the Red Wings. They are older than a lot of these teams. They have a legend as the GM that's been there a while now.
Right. Like, you don't just fire Stevie Y, right?
Did you see the penalty against Minnesota? They lost against Minnesota on, was that Saturday or Friday night?
Yeah, I think it was Saturday.
They had tied the game. They came back. They tied the game with 3 minutes left. Patrick Kane took the weirdest penalty I've ever seen him take. I don't even know what he was attempting to do.
That's the only thing he could have been doing was corkscrew Hughes. That's all he was trying to do.
Trip him.
Yeah, like he just puts stick.
He was probably just trying to interfere with him and think it's 3 minutes left. They're not going to clutching and grabbing kind of.
Right.
But it looks so much like a trip that it's like, is that even what he was going for? I don't know.
It was, he like jammed it. It's like he put a tree branch in the tire spokes of his bike. Like, it was that kind of a thing with the stick between Hughes' legs as he skated by. I'm like, I'm just going to take this guy out. And Hughes went down like a ton of bricks.
And then Minnesota scores and Detroit loses.
Just a horrible decision. Shush the crowd a few more times, Patty. Holy crap.
So now it's 2 points behind the Lightning. Then the Sabres at 100. Montreal also at 100.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question we haven't had to consider until today. Is there a big difference to you between playing the Montreal Canadiens in round 1 and playing the Tampa Bay Lightning in round 1? Because suddenly, Montreal is 2 points back from the division lead.
Yeah.
And if they win the division, it's Sabres and Lightning in round 1. Is it that different? Is there still a big difference? Because this is how I've treated it all year long. A big difference between playing Tampa and playing Montreal, given how hot Montreal has been playing as of late.
Yeah. They are fun to watch, I'll tell you that. It would be it's a very different series that you're talking about from one to the other. I think Tampa is capable of playing a high octane game, but they are a proven Stanley Cup winning sort of dominant. They're really good defensively when they need to be because of Cooper. Yeah, good D, despite Hedman now being out for the year. And it would be a very different looking series. They have Vasilevsky in net, who is an all-time Hall of Famer, versus the Canadiens, who are just run and gun to the end of the earth. We're going to try and outspeed you. And their goaltending is a big question. You don't know what you're getting from Fowler or Dobesh. And that is like a true, nitrous canister straight to the engine. You're going. Mm-hmm. I think it's a very different series. I think it depends on what you think the Sabres would be more well equipped to handle. And I have to think that the Montreal series plays a little bit more into their strengths, just in terms of scoring, speed, and you are going up against another fairly inexperienced squad. Whereas Tampa is as I just said, proven Stanley Cup caliber, Titan powerhouse team.
Man, if they beat Tampa tonight, though, I think it's going to feel like, okay, sure. The one thing I saw, I tweeted this out over the weekend, and one person that said they'd rather play the Lightning tweeted back was the best, and I would say probably the only argument that I think holds up to prefer Tampa. Because I would still say I'd rather play the Canadiens.
Yeah.
Like, I know they're hot, they're fun. Caulfield's got 50 goals. Like, they're awesome. But like all the points you just made about inexperience and the way they play and how that matches up with the Sabres, the only thing about Tampa that I think the Sabres could expose, that I think they did in the last meeting, is I'm going to fly by their defensemen. They are slow on the blue line. I'm going to fly by them, and they're not going to be able to handle that speed throughout a 7-game series. That is a good point. It's not enough, though. It's not enough. It's not enough for me to prefer them to the Canadiens as a first-round opponent. It's something that could be real.
Yes.
And I think if they did have to play the Lightning in round 1, I think the Sabres could win that series. And if they did, I think that's how they do it.
I agree. I especially with Hedman out. He has been in and out all year, and it now looks like he's done. Like, it's over for him. Maybe like he might be done for the career. But I think that is big, because that is not just an unbelievable all-world defenseman that is not in their lineup, but a leader for them that probably dictates a lot on that back end in terms of like comfortability for the rest of those D, who are all not experienced anymore. Like they don't have they do have Ryan McDonough.
They have but he's playing such a lesser role
right.
at this point.
They've got old Ryan McDonough now.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of guys that haven't done it. JJ Moser and Radish and these guys that are having good years but aren't proven and are, I believe, to your point, slower than you need to be. And that's a real vulnerable point, especially if the Sabres are able to get back to the game that got them so much success earlier in the season. I think that will be a really interesting thing to watch if they do end up matching up.
It'll be interesting, like what happens tonight, and then also what we're going to want to root for on Thursday, because Thursday is Lightning Canadiens again. And I think it will depend on what happens tonight and in the next couple of days, who we're rooting for in that game. Yeah. I don't think we can know that answer.
I don't think so yet.
Because easily, like suddenly the division matters a lot. And I think it did matter before, but I guess Montreal has played their way into a greater level of respect for me, where before it was, if I win the division, cool, coach of the year, I'm going to get to play someone in the wild card that probably is worse than Montreal, but maybe not by much. And now it's like, oh no, there's a difference.
Yeah.
There's playing Boston in round 1 with home ice. And, man, it wouldn't just be I win the division, I get an easier opponent in the first round, and I avoid those two teams. It's I make those two teams play against each other.
Right.
And somebody gets knocked out in the first round. So my path, instead of probably having to play both of them to get to the conference finals, now might just include beating one of them.
Exactly.
And I might not have to see Tampa, because I think Montreal does look good enough where I could see them beating the Lightning easily in a 7-game series.
If
they would be favored, but
all the same things we say for the Sabres as an advantage stand, maybe even more so for the Canadiens.
Right.
Like that stuff's all there for them too.
Let's go to Ron and Alden on this. What's up, Ron?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, so I think this little slump probably helps us a little bit because it'll get us ready for the playoffs. That's my silver lining. I think we do win the division. Tampa and Montreal play each other this week. So if we win the division, I've been thinking for about 2 weeks here we're going to play Philadelphia, and people said they're not even close. Well, now they're actually in third. But who would you guys, out of all the teams, Columbus, Detroit, Philadelphia, there's a schmozzle down there. I don't want to play Ottawa. I don't know why. I just never like playing Ottawa. No matter how bad they are, I just don't like that. So if you could pick your first-round opponent in the bottom, who would you pick? I would personally hope it's Philadelphia. and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you. Happy Easter.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Philadelphia has rocketed themselves into a playoff spot. They're in the third Metro spot. Porter Martone scored his first NHL goal in overtime.
That kid's going to be a stud, I think.
Yeah. I'm with you, though. If I could play Philly, I'd play Philly.
Give me Philly.
In a heartbeat.
All day and night. Give me Philly.
Has the Ottawa fear tapered a bit, even though the Sabres lost to them?
A little. I think that the tire fire that is the Kachuk, gong show has really put a damper on their vibe to me. I think that when your captain and best player maybe pretty clearly hates where he plays, I think you aren't as scared about them being a committed playoff team. So
I will say they throttled the Hurricanes last night.
Yes, they did.
That was that's the game, because they don't look like this every night, and this is why they are where they are, barely in a spot. They showed you last night, if you watched any of that game or even just saw the result, they beat the Hurricanes 6-3 and outshot them, outchanced them, just ran them down in that game.
Yeah,
and that's what Ottawa's capable of. They could go play Carolina and look like the better team the whole way through. But what's going to happen to them their next game?
Yeah,
their goalie's going to give up 7, and they're going to be sloppy, and they are a Jekyll and Hyde team. For sure.
Yeah,
so the fear for me has tapered a bit.
Yeah, agreed. But I still would rather have any of Columbus, Philly, any of those other teams, really.
Islanders?
In there. Detroit, Islanders. Islanders, I'm a little...
Detroit is still
they fired Wah yesterday.
Right.
They hired DeBoer out of nowhere.
DeBoer and Tortorella getting hired in April.
These guys.
It is crazy. I'd still say Red Wings are my number one, but I just don't think the Red Wings are.
They're not. They're dead.
803-0550 is the phone number. Who you want to play? Between Tampa and Montreal, and then if you get your dream outcome, I would say Detroit, but Philly's more realistic right now. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, we have a bit of a food tasting that we should play around with. Maybe we'll save that when we have a little bit more time. Someone has brought in snacks that relate to our show on Friday. If you got a thought, get your call in now. We got Matt Beauvais coming up at 8 o'clock on the drought ending and the Sabres slide as of late. Here on Jeremy and Joe, this is WGR. When you look back on how this has happened, Paul, do you how much credit does Lindy deserve and Jarmo as well? Lindy, it's a lot of the same players. There's a lot of guys that feel like he's gotten more out of this year, or at least there are players that have made big steps from last year. I mean, Samuelsson would be right at the top of the list. To Jarmo Kekalainen, who didn't really do a lot to the roster, but I don't know how much credit do you give to the idea of a culture shock or a culture change in December being the catalyst for why this all happened?
I don't think the players had the faith that Kevyn Adams was going to do all the right things to get it done. He had made good moves. I mean, there were some good trades that he made, and Zucker was a good free agent signing, and he had gotten a lot of the players. I mean, he didn't get Dahlin and Thompson, but he got most of the other guys. And, but it just wasn't, I don't think they had really any faith that, he would get caught up in a lot of other things. He'd have rabbit ears, hearing about this was said and that was said, and they'd get all worried about it, and things that I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen could care less about. I think that part of it, the players really weren't doing what Lindy Ruff wanted them to do, nor were they doing what Tony or with Don Granato wanted them to do. And they would do it sometimes, and then, and that's why it was getting to a point, it was starting to be a year and a half. It's like, well, they don't want to listen to Lindy Ruff. I mean, he's not getting through to them, and for whatever the reason. And then all of a sudden, they've started playing. Why have they only won 2 of their last 9 games? Because they've gotten away from it again, and they're not doing what Lindy Ruff asked them to do, and it's fallen apart on them recently, so
yep.
It shows you right there that they decided to start doing it Lindy Ruff's way, and then the winning started, and they enjoyed winning, so they kept doing it Lindy Ruff's way.
I didn't think it was going to be that emotional of a day and of a moment until it really happened. I mean, I was building up to the drought ending thinking it would just kind of happen because we knew it was going to happen. Like, they were at 99% to make the playoffs a month ago. It was like out of the Olympic break, a week out, that it was, oh, they're going to make it. There's no pressure here at all. There's no, they're going to make it. And that has alleviated that angst, that anxiety for a long time. It is so different than the Bills drought ending. I mean, all the videos and the moments when the Bills drought ended of people running out and jumping into the snow in their front lawns or whatever, breaking, whatever in their house, celebrating. Like, those videos, the Sabres were asking for those videos. I'm sure they got some. But that emotion wasn't like buzzer beater, oh, wait, we made it. We weren't expecting that. I didn't think it would be a moment when they made it, especially if you were going to tell me that it was going to happen via the New York Rangers on an afternoon game on a 70-degree day in the middle of April.
Right.
Like, it was beautiful out. I was out. I wasn't even home. But I knew the score. I knew it was happening. And I did have I told my wife, you got to drive to the next place we're going because I just want to put the game up on my phone and see everyone's reaction as it happened. And then it happened, and it was like, oh no, this is a moment. Yeah. And this is emotional. And oh, there's RJ. Oh my God, now I'm crying.
Right. I had the same experience where I think a lot of us probably did, where it was, we've known that this was coming for a while. I since New Year's Eve when they beat the Stars thought, I think they're good. I didn't know if they were going to make it, but I thought they were good. And since January, I've known, all right, they're going to make it. And so it's been this kind of long, so you're not going to have this wave of tears and emotion. And as that game ticked down to zeros, you see it happen and you go, wow, it's real. They did it.
It's Jeremy and Joe. Matt Beauvais coming up in a moment. I'm wearing my yellow Sabre alternate. Celebrate the end of the drought today. There was another alternate jersey that did not get favorable reaction online. It's only a rumor. There was a rumored leaked picture of a gray Bills alternate.
Horrific.
It's terrible.
I can't believe it's real.
You can't go that as the alternate. It's just blue letters with the outlining other colors, and then it's just gray.
The idea is that it would be like a Nickel City alternate, which we've talked about, but whenever we've seen a mock-up of that, it's always it's more of a shine look to it.
Yeah,
right?
It's sort of a polish almost.
And this is just it's just gray, right?
Yeah, it's just straight up just gray. It's just gray. That stinks.
Do you buy it's real? I don't buy it's real.
It can't be.
I don't.
It's too close to April Fools. That could have done anything.
The logo look too big on the front also?
It's in a weird spot.
There's a massive Bills logo on the on the collarbone.
Yeah, it's a really weird look. I think it's probably not a real thing.
We'll see. Maybe I don't think it is, but I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think they are doing an alternate. 803-0550, the phone number if you want to get a call in with Matt Beauvais coming up next on the end of the drought and the Sabres slide as of late tonight against the Lightning. Matt, when we come back here on WGR. On Jarmo and that debate, how much credit should Jarmo Kekalainen get? How much credit should Kevyn Adams get? Because there's a lot of, does Adams' name go on the cup if they were to win the Stanley Cup? And I think both can be true, that both had an influence on this happening, and that the GM firing can also be the catalyst for this whole thing starting. I just think it would be far too great of a coincidence to say right around, not when it was made official, because we remember when it was made official, they were 3 games in to their 10-game win streak. But remember the timing of the GM change and when it was kind of out there that this was going to happen. It was many days before it actually became official. It happened while they were out west, where everybody around here, worst kept secret was, they're going to do this as soon as they get back from their West Coast trip. Let alone, when would the players have gotten wind of, oh yeah, this is happening? Probably right around when the first game of that 10-game win streak would have been, not 3 games into it. And not that that should really matter to the equation anyway. I just think that when they make that move, it causes all the players to take the place that they're working a little bit more seriously, if not a lot more seriously, and place yourself in your own place of employment and think, oh man, my boss just then doesn't know what he's doing. And then your company changes him out for someone with experience, a resume, doing that same job. You might work a little bit harder because 1, you want to impress him, and 2, you actually have more confidence in the place that you work. And I think that almost definitely happened with all of these players. And that's not even to speak of the stories that have been told about how Jarmo went in there and was like, I'm going to find out who doesn't work in this room, and if you're not going to work, then you're out of here. That's going to be the standard that we set. I do think that mattered a lot to them doing this. I guess to put it frankly, I do not think this season would look the way it's looked had they not made a GM change. If they had just got healthy and Lindy stayed on as the coach and everything stayed the same, I do not think they would have broken the playoff drought.
Take that, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres' ticket to the dance. The Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. The championship is set. The men's NCAA basketball tournament. Number 2, UConn, takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Around the NFL, the New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that, barring a trade down, the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the NFL conducted and concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. In baseball, the Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. They're 4-5 on the season. The Yankees fell to the Marlins 7-6. They're 7-2 on the season. The Mets bested the Giants 5-2. They're 6-4 on the season. And the Red Sox fell to the Padres 8-6. They're 2-7 on the season. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season. The celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
I think the Buffalo Bills really need a run-stuffing defensive tackle to plug in the middle of that defensive line. Player I really love, Ohio State's Caden McDonald. He is stout against the run, and that's something the Bills really struggled with last season, 31st in run defense DVOA. I do think he has some pass rush upside, but the lack of proven production is why I do believe he will be there for the Bills, possibly at pick 26.
Mina Kimes, got Caden McDonald to the Bills. I think I said a week ago that's my least favorite idea. Couple weeks still before the draft. We're going to talk some Sabres with Matt Beauvais here now on the West Her Hotline, WKBW. Also, It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. And Matt, I mean, the Bills start tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's weird because it's a couple weeks earlier because of Joe Brady.
Right.
But we've never really had, at least in my career, we've never really had this very obvious overlap with the Bills coming back and the Sabres still playing very important hockey games. So, you know, I hear that clip from Mina talking about the draft, and it to me is like, oh, yeah, the draft is in a couple weeks because I've been so in on hockey for the last few months.
Right.
It's like, oh, yeah, the draft is coming up. Kind of got to recalibrate. Think about that a little bit, too.
Right, less than 3 weeks now, I think. Or right around that is what we're looking at. And the first day of off-season workouts is tomorrow, right, as you said, because Brady, new head coach, you can start early. The Ravens are starting today. Yeah, it's getting rolling here. And, right, it's the combo now. I don't remember the draft ever falling on the same night as a Sabre playoff game, but we'll talk about it. It's been so long, Matt, that I'm not sure I would remember if they had been on the same day.
So when I went back and was looking up all of the stuff that happened in 2011, I was looking up, like, what was the number one song in the country? How much did gas cost? All those things that, like, you know, local news stations do. It was 2 days before the Bills drafted Marcel Darius. And for some reason that, like, slammed me like a sack of potatoes of like, oh, my gosh, that is how long the drought has been going on, that they hadn't even drafted Marcel Darius yet, and they were getting ready to do that. You know, personally, like, I know in my position we're not supposed to be rooting for things. I am just very much rooting for the draft the first night of the draft not being a night when the Sabres are playing a playoff game, because that is just too many things, and then nobody can enjoy either thing. So we really need the Sabres to be playing on Wednesday or Friday and not on that first Thursday of the draft.
I definitely agree. At least you get the Bills are good, so they're picking at like 11:30, which is probably 2 hours after a playoff game has ended. Although you never know, right? We could get a triple overtime game. Imagine triple overtime on one screen, and the Bills are on the clock on the other. That'll be
and then there's also just like with the draft, I'm not expecting anything crazy, but you could have in your plans, okay, we'll watch the Sabres, and then when the game is done, we'll switch over to the draft. Obviously, with social media, you'd know, but what if the Bills trade up? What if all of a sudden it's the third period and the Bills have traded up? And there's a ton of intrigue around that because it's like, why the heck did they trade up? But the Sabres are in a 2-2 game against the Canadians. Like, what do you do? So, yeah, we're airing the draft on ABC. That's a big night for us. So I'm just like, oh, my gosh, please do not have this overshadowed by a Buffalo Sabres playoff game.
Right. Is the draft your favorite way of putting into perspective how long the drought really was? You could go beyond Dart. Just the fact that Cam Newton hadn't been drafted in the NFL yet the last time. I don't know who you got on the song. I looked up earlier, maybe CeeLo Green was up there on the top 40 chart. Like, what's been your favorite way to kind of put into perspective just how long Sabre fans really had to wait for this?
2011, were you in high school, early in college?
High school.
Okay, so for me, I was a freshman at Buff State. Okay, so that was a long time ago for me. My thought is I was a freshman at Buff State. I started working at Channel 7 in 2013. It feels like I've spent my entire professional life working at Channel 7, and I have never seen the playoffs as a professional, like covering the team. The other one for me that was pretty crazy was in 2011. You know, I'm a young kid. I'm just starting to get into the industry. Never even had a thought about children in my life. And now I have a daughter who we brought to our first game a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, oh my gosh, the drought is so old that I was a freshman in college and now I have children. Like, that is crazy that is something that we're talking about. So, yeah, there's a lot. The Marcel Darius one, though, because I was like, whoa, that feels like forever ago. And that's how long it's been. And then you, like, look at the roster and you're like, man, this is crazy. Because, you know, like, we're both hockey sickos. You can remember that series. You can remember the goals. You can remember the names. But there's a couple deep cuts on there that you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot Brad Boyes was on the team and scored the last playoff goal from a Buffalo Sabre.
Right. Sean Morrison was a name I saw that played in that series.
Yeah.
Where, like, that name, Mark Mancari, they're just, you could go down the rabbit hole.
No kidding.
How did you feel about the day that it was? Like, how special the moment that it actually ended up being? It was in the middle of the day. It wasn't a game of theirs. Maybe some people didn't even know that there was a game happening that mattered to it. And then the RJ videos and all the reaction, it really became more of a moment, Matt, than I thought it would be, because we all knew it was going to happen. It's not like the Bills drought ending, but I don't think that really ended up taking away from it.
Yeah, so we're in my neighborhood. There's some pickleball courts right down the street, and we were hanging out down there. And I looked on my phone because I never even allowed myself to think that the Red Wings were going to lose to the Rangers with all the Red Wings were playing for. And then when they went up 2-0, I think reality set in, and I was like, okay, so we're just a couple houses down. So I'm like, okay, I got to get back home. I got to turn on this game, and I have to shift into, like, sicko work mode because obviously we had a lot of things ready to go for the drought being over. We've got a graphic ready. We've got a web story ready. We've got some videos we got to get ready. So at that point, my focus shifted from, okay, this isn't going to happen to, whoa, this very much might happen. I think I was too busy in the moment to sit back and think about it. But what completely changed everything was that RJ video. And when I watched the RJ video, that's when I started to get a little bit emotional because it starts to take you back to your childhood, to your favorite memories, to all of the people who we've watched games with and who have been waiting so long for this hockey to come back. So right in the moment, I think I was a little too busy to feel any of the emotions. But whenever the team posted that video, I watched it, and I felt the eyes start to get heavy a little bit, just hearing his voice. And then I was like, wow, like this really is. It was so different than the Bills drought, because the Bills drought, when it ended, you know, there was so much jubilation. There was so much excitement. The way it happened was so crazy. The Bills played already that day, so people were already locked in. This one wasn't that, but it was still really powerful, just in a different way.
Yeah. Matt Beauvais, sports director, WKBW on the Western Hotline. Looking back on the drought, I've not tossed this yet out to the audience. I want to get to this in the last couple hours of the show here. Do you have a thought on what the lowest point was? Like for you, like what do you?
That's a great question.
Like how low it got for everybody. It could be a totally different answer. It could be years apart. But I don't know. What was the lowest it ever got for you?
Wow, that's a great question. When you said that, the first thing that came to mind was the palm tree press conference.
Mm-hmm.
But that was only a year ago. So coming out of it now, that feels a little silly. The team did have talent. They were just so, you know what? I still think I'll say that because there were expectations that this team was going to get better. And when that press conference happened, and that was a couple games into the losing streak, and then they just continued to rattle off losses for another 2 months, I think a lot of people were wondering, like, is this ever going to get better? And obviously it did a year later. So that was what I initially thought. Mm-hmm. The more I think about it, I might have different – the other thing that popped into my head was that game against the Coyotes when they were, not the team wasn't trying to lose,
sure,
but clearly, like, they were not putting the best team on the ice. And I was there in the building that night, and I remember everybody cheering when Arizona – I don't know if it was Arizona or Phoenix, but it was, whoever
yeah.
Was it? Who was it then? Was it
no,
Phoenix still?
I know it was the Coyotes. I don't remember if they might have been Phoenix still. Yeah.
Yeah, so whatever. When the Coyotes scored in overtime, I remember everybody cheering. But at the same time, that was kind of fun for a lot of people. Like, a lot of people enjoyed having something to root for. So I don't know if that would be necessarily the lowest moment. But, yeah, that palm tree press conference comes to mind. It was so long.
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine. Like, the first thing that I think of is the 18-game losing streak in a season where no one's at the arena because of COVID, and Eric Stahl's on the team, and that's the Skinner press conference, right? Like, I got the coach mocking a player for being built on scoring goal. Like that season, I guess that's not a moment, but those couple of weeks, the historic level losing streak. But like you said, like there could be 10 of these that someone would.
Yeah, there could be like one of those, like how SportsCenter does their top 10 stuff. You could do like a top 10 low drought moments, and that would actually be a really fun list to put together. Honestly, the video you posted right before the drought ended kind of was just more than 10 things.
Yeah, there were more. There were like 30. I guess all of them could have been someone's answer. That's a good point. How much?
Real quick. You know what the other answer might be? And this is crazy. It might also, because it might be losing the lottery and not getting McDavid.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know the entire reason that season happened was because you were guaranteeing yourself at least Jack Eichel.
Sure.
But think about the Erie Otters coming and playing games in Buffalo that season and how excited people were for the potential for Connor McDavid to be on the Buffalo Sabres, and then watching that draft lottery. I think it was like a Saturday late afternoon.
Yeah.
And the Oilers card flipping over.
Yeah, it was. I remember where I was. I was at a watch party for that lottery. In a bar that was filled with people, and it was. That's a good answer because that one's stranger. It was such a weird dynamic, and everyone was so crushed because they were in it right to the very end. Right, it was like them, the Oilers, and maybe Toronto were the final three. And when the card came up with the Oilers logo, everyone was so defeated. But I don't know, like when everyone was leaving, it was, well, remember, we still get this guy. Although I don't think it helped that Tim Murray that night was really mad, right?
Oh, definitely. He was definitely mad. And then this is sparking now, once again, I apologize for the side.
No, I like this. It's a good rabbit hole. It's a good rabbit hole.
This is taking me to now a tangent of not his rookie year, but his second year after a really promising rookie season. The day before the regular season, Jack Eichel gets hurt at practice and misses the first 3.5 months of the season. And I remember covering that practice and hearing Eichel scream in pain on the ice. And there was so much optimism and excitement about that season because the way the first year went. And immediately all of that was ripped under the rug. And you're like, okay, this team is going into their season without clearly their best player. This ain't going to be a playoff team, and they weren't even close to it. So, yeah, like those years all kind of blend together a little bit, but there was so much nonsense that happened in them that it's hard for them not to blend together.
Yeah. Matt Beauvais is with us on the West Her hotline. Drought memories. The drought ending. You mentioned Adams in the palm tree press conference. He's actually in the news this morning a little because Elliot Friedman, I guess, just said on 32 Thoughts to keep an eye on him for the Leafs GM job, which would be crazy. You know, he's getting a lot of credit post-mortem here after being fired because the team really turned it around. When you're looking at him, when you're looking at what Jarmo Kekalainen has done and maybe the culture change, if you've seen any in the last couple of months, to Lindy's role, like how much credit do you feel like each of those individuals deserve for this actually happening here?
I don't give Kevin Adams a ton of credit. That's not to say he doesn't deserve some. He does, because it's mainly a roster that he put together. But I also think there's something to be said that when he got fired, they went on a historic run that hasn't happened in the NHL in like 3 decades. So I think there's clearly something there that him leaving they thought was a good thing. I think Jarmo gets a little bit of credit, but not a ton, because really what has he done other than a few trades, one that looked really good and one that has looked really questionable up to this point? I think the majority of the credit goes to 2 different places. It goes to Lindy Ruff, and it just goes to the players. I think these players have always been talented, but I don't know if they ever believed that they were truly a good enough team to win. And somehow, some way, they convinced themselves or somebody convinced them that it was time to win. I think back to when Don Granato was the coach, I always remember something he said about Tage Thompson, and he was like, I always believed Tage Thompson was a goal scorer, but we needed him to be a goal scorer right now. And they told him that. They were like, Tage, you are a goal scorer right now. You can't keep waiting to become a goal scorer. And I think that almost equates to what we've seen with the Sabres this year. It's like, you are a good enough team right now. Go win right now. Stop thinking about being a good team down the road. Go win right now. So whoever got them to believe in themselves is who deserves the most credit. And I don't exactly know what that is. It's probably a combination of a lot of things, but that's where I think the credit lies.
Yeah. How worried are you about their play as of late? They lose 5 of 7. They lose 6-2 against Washington the other night. I guess it's not a panic, I don't think, for anybody, but how meaningful is it going into the playoffs that they're having this slump kind of right before they get there?
So it's not good, for sure. I will say, if you were going to hit a wall, it would be better to hit a wall now than to hit a wall in 2 weeks when the playoffs start. I am concerned that it's very likely going to be Montreal, because I think Montreal's a juggernaut. And if you don't have home ice, it becomes that much more daunting to me. So I am concerned. I feel like the one thing I'm not as concerned about, not that I was ever super concerned, Luukkonen has been phenomenal. So I feel like going into the playoffs, like, okay, he's your game 1 starter. Unless it's a disaster, he's starting game 2. And if you get Luukkonen really hot, then I think this team could certainly win a couple rounds. I have no doubts about that. The power play, even though they've produced a little bit, continues to be a concern for me. The penalty kill hasn't been as good. And I think we're still at the point where there's like 3 or 4 guys playing most nights that I'm wondering if they should be playing most nights. So I'm a little concerned just because I didn't think losing Noah Ostlund would be so noticeable, but it has been. Obviously, it's only been a couple games, but the fourth line without Sam Carrick does not look nearly as effective as they did with Sam Carrick. So I'm concerned, but not panicking. Like you put it.
It kind of sounds like you're in the same territory that I am, which is I think they will turn it back on. Like that could even happen tonight, right? Like a big game against the Lightning, who they already had this game against weeks ago. Like, I think they will get back to where they were. It's just, what is the consequence of going on a stretch like this? You can get back to playing the way you were, and now I've got a tougher matchup. It could be Montreal, or you've actually put a scenario where you could play Tampa in the first round back into the picture. Because if Montreal wins the division, they're only 2 points out.
Yeah.
It's like, bam, suddenly I've got the hardest matchup possible in the first round, and it will be because you had a tough 7-game stretch in April.
Yeah, and I was just looking at it because I was thinking in my head, I was doing the mental gymnastics of trying to figure out, it's very likely Montreal, but there is a world where if the Sabres beat tonight Tampa, they're tied, and then Montreal plays Tampa in a couple days. If Montreal beats Tampa, there's a world where all of a sudden, like you said, Montreal becomes the 1 seed, right, and now you're staring down the barrel with a first-round matchup against Tampa. That's crazy. And I know, like, the Sabres beat them in that game, and they beat them the week before that game, and they really, really dominated that. That's not a team you want anything to do with in the first round. Like, if you're the Sabres, give me Ottawa, right? Like, or even Boston, or obviously, like, Detroit has fallen off, but a team like that, I just think back to the last time the Sabres were really good. So 05-06, 06-07. Remember those first rounds, like, almost not even really being the thought? I mean, in 05-06 against Philly it was, but I think a lot of people were really confident going into that series. 06-07 was the Islanders. I know we're talking about a President's Trophy winning team, but it was like, oh yeah, they're going to win. I have no idea how the first round is going to play out because all of the teams this year are just so good.
Yeah. That's definitely true those 2 years. Even Philly pushed them to 6, and the expectation for that series, it was a 4 versus a 5, was, it should be close. Yeah. But the Sabres ran through them in that series. Like, they were far and away the better team. Like, even game 1 that went to double overtime, didn't they outshoot them like 50-25? I have to look it up, but
they were getting goalied, and it was like, okay, and you could kind of tell, like, it was just in that team. The one thing that has driven me crazy a little bit is that a lot of people love to bring up 05-06 right now with the struggles they had before the playoffs and use it as a comparison to right now. And they're like, oh, this team will be fine. Look what happened in 05-06. And I'm here like, yeah, they lost a game 7 on the road, and if they didn't have those struggles, it would have been at home, and then maybe everything looks different. So you're proving the opposite point of, like, yeah, these struggles are a reason to be concerned right now. So, like, this team is – this Buffalo Sabres team, the way I've said it for the last couple weeks, nothing will surprise me. They go into the first round and they lose in 5 games, I'll go, yeah, they were kind of trending that direction. Or – they get on a crazy tear and they're playing in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'd go, yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of what they did for like the last 3.5 months. Yeah,
I'm with you. Matt Beauvais with us. Lastly, no party in the Plaza, right? But I mean, Canal Side makes total sense. I don't. Yeah. I'm nostalgic about party in the plazas, and I guess that kind of stinks that that's not a thing, but I mean, the space is right there, and I said this earlier, Matt. Like, if Canal Side existed back then, we wouldn't have had party in the plazas. They would have been a Canal Side.
Yeah, I just think there's so much more space. I think, personally, I would like the ability to have restrooms available, more food options available, drink options. There's obviously more area there. There will be things happening in the plaza. There just won't be a place to watch the game. And that is their effort, I'm sure, to get people over to Canal Side. So before the game, it's going to kind of be like it is for the season openers, where there's some food vendors out there and there's maybe some music or something. And I think that's the entertainment for the people who are going into the building and the people who will ultimately shuffle over to Canal Side. We are talking about a couple hundred yards, really, is the only difference. But I do think that you will be able to fit in more people there. I think it's safer. I think it's more convenient because there's just more space. And, yeah, I understand the nostalgia of it. But at the same time, like, new team, new traditions, start something new. Because who knows? Maybe this is the beginning of a run where they make the playoffs pretty frequently. And this could be the new tradition that we have when we think about this team moving forward.
Matt Beauvais with us. It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. Bill's back to work tomorrow. Sports Director, WKBW. Thanks, Matt, and we'll chat soon.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you.
Matt Bovee on the Western Hotline as the Sabres clinch the playoffs thanks to the Rangers winning over the Red Wings over the weekend. You got a thought on what the low point of the drought was for you? 803-0550 is the phone number. What would your answer be? What was the lowest it ever got? Call us up. Let us know. Because I think it could be, Matt mentioned a couple. It could be that tank game against the Coyotes for you. It could be the palm trees. It could be the Lucic hit. That's in the drought. Maybe it's the suffering press conference from Darcy Regier. That's really what kicked all of this off. Let me know what you think. 803-0550. What's the low point of the drought? We'll get Owen and Joe's thoughts on that as well. And we have a Lightning guest coming up at 9:30 on tonight's opponent. Tonight's a big one. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. When you look back on like how this has happened, Paul, like do you like how much credit does Lindy deserve and Jarmo as well? Like Lindy, it's a lot of the same players. There's a lot of guys that feel like he's gotten more out of this year, or at least there are players that have made big steps from last year. I mean, Samuelsson would be right at the top of the list. To Jarmo Kekalainen, who didn't really do a lot to the roster, but I don't know how much credit do you give to the idea of a culture shock or a culture change in December being the catalyst for why this all happened?
I don't think the players had the faith that Kevyn Adams was going to do all the right things to get it done. He had made good moves. I mean, there were some good trades that he made, and Zucker was a good free agent signing, and he had gotten a lot of the players. I mean, he didn't get Dahlin and Thompson, but he got most of the other guys, and but it just wasn't. I don't think they had really any faith that, he would get caught up in a lot of other things. He'd have rabbit ears, hearing about this was said and that was said, and he'd get all worried about it and things that I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen could care less about. I think that part of it. The players really weren't doing what Lindy Ruff wanted them to do, nor were they doing what Tony or with Don Granato wanted them to do. And they would do it sometimes, and then and that's why it was getting to a point. It was starting to be a year and a half. It's like, well, they don't want to listen to Lindy Ruff. I mean, they're not. He's not getting through to them, and for whatever the reason. And then all of a sudden, they started playing. Why have they only won 2 of their last, 9 games? Because they've gotten away from it again. And, they're not doing what Lindy Ruff asked them to do, and it's fallen apart on them recently. So
yep.
It shows you right there that they decided to start doing it Lindy Ruff's way, and then the winning started, and they enjoyed winning, so they kept doing it Lindy Ruff's way.
I didn't think it was going to be that emotional of a day and of a moment until it really happened. I mean, I was building up to the drought ending thinking it would just kind of happen because we knew it was going to happen. Like, they were at 99% to make the playoffs a month ago. It was like out of the Olympic break, a week out, that it was, oh, they're going to make it. There's no pressure here at all. There's no, they're going to make it. And that has alleviated that angst, that anxiety for a long time. It is so different than the Bills drought ending. I mean, all the videos and the moments when the Bills drought ended of people running out and jumping into the snow in their front lawns or whatever. breaking, whatever in their house, celebrating. Like, those videos, the Sabres were asking for those videos. I'm sure they got some. But that emotion wasn't like buzzer beater, oh, wait, we made it. We weren't expecting that. I didn't think it would be a moment when they made it, especially if you were going to tell me that it was going to happen via the New York Rangers on an afternoon game on a 70-degree day in the middle of April.
Right.
Like, it was beautiful out. I was out. I wasn't even home, but I knew the score. I knew it was happening, and I did have I told my wife, you got to drive to the next place we're going because I just want to put the game up on my phone and see everyone's reaction as it happened. And then it happened, and it was like, oh no, this is a moment. Yeah. And this is emotional. And oh, there's RJ. Oh my God, now I'm crying.
Right. I had the same experience.
Take that, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres' ticket to the dance. Sabres did lose to the Capitals 6-2 later that evening, but they look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Championship is set in the men's NCAA basketball tournament. Number 2, UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. Around the NFL, the New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that, barring a trade down, the Browns will likely take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter, he reports that the NFL concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. In baseball, Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. They're 4-5 on the season. The Yankees fell to the Marlins 7-6. They're 7-2 on the season. The Mets bested the Giants 5-2. They're 6-4 on the season. And the Red Sox fell to the Padres. They are 2-7 on the season. The Ride for Roswell is coming up on Saturday, June 27th. There's still time to sign up and ride alongside Team WGR. Visit WGR550.com to join our team and donate. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Through Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Here's Norris, hard stop on the right wall, into the slot for a chance, scores! Sabres get one back, Rasmus Dahlin rips one past Logan Thompson. And it's 3-1 Capitals now as a goal fest here in this first period continues.
It's one of your Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres fall 6-2 to the Capitals. Wasn't a great night at all. It was a great day, for sure. It was nice out, too. 70s. I was wearing shorts. And then the next day, I wore my winter coat. Today, it looks sunny. I don't know if it feels sunny out there right now. It was very cold when I came in this morning. So,
I don't think it feels sunny.
All right.
It was a tough scene this morning.
Just don't rain, and I'm okay. But there was a snowflake on the weather apps for today and tomorrow. Just avoid that, and I'm good. A lot to get to today. We've got a Tampa guest coming up at 9:30. And the drought ended, and I think that is the real story of the weekend. Sabres are on a slide. There are a couple of things I do want to get to that are frustrating me about the team. In particular, their second and third line centers and their production lately. I want to get to that. But we'll take some calls on this. Ask Matt Beauvais this question. What is the lowest it ever got for you? It was 14 years. There could be a lot of different answers. Matt gave the palm trees press conference, and I think that's a really good one. I gave mine. I think 18-game losing streak. There's no fans in the building. I'm playing the Islanders 3 games in a row. Eric Stahl's on the team. Taylor Hall skating around not doing anything. And the coach is mocking one of their best goal scorers for being a goal scorer.
That's pretty terrible.
That was as low as it got for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. What about you guys?
I remember feeling really despondent, not when Ryan O'Reilly made the initial "I lost my love for the game" comments, but watching him win the cup after that felt as bad as it could possibly.
O'Reilly winning the cup.
O'Reilly winning the cup because of the comments he made about, like, I lost my love for it here. And because I could kind of connect with that, I think, because I knew how much I loved the game and I knew how much it would take for me to lose that. And for him to say that happened to me here in this city and where I'm from, in the organization that I love, for that to be the place that happened to a guy, and then for him to go somewhere else and immediately reach the absolute pinnacle of the sport, winning the final, like winning the Conn Smythe, lifting the Stanley Cup immediately after leaving here, felt like.
Yeah, remember the picture of him on the plane holding the Conn Smythe after with the biggest like laugh on his face ever with the cigar. I remember Sabre fans not loving that.
It was,
or the feeling of that.
Yeah, that was really difficult for me. I just couldn't wrap my head around how as an organization you can get out of that place of you can sap out the passion for the game from a guy like that I think loves the game a lot. I think he's very committed to it, and he's a craftsman about it. And he stopped that here because it was so dark and so sad. And that really connected with me about the Drought in a way that nothing else really had. Like, there are all the, like you're saying, they're losing and Taylor Hall's doing nothing and you've got all this guard. But that, to me, on an emotional level, combined with what he represented and what he went on to do, was like, you can't beat that for me.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I have a personal one, but also the 13-game slide last year was terrible. That was pretty.
Yep.
Like how much lower can we get? Because we were already pretty low at that point. But personally, I used to go to games and just hammer the other team live in the second period when the Sabres had a lead, and I'd walk out with about $300 in my pocket every time. Like that was a regular thing for me. So that was, I guess it was a low point, but I was making the most of it.
Just Sabres printing you money.
Yeah,
wow.
But it was pretty nightmarish that was a regular thing I could count on for some time.
There was another moment that popped into my head when you asked Bove that question, and I don't know really why, but there was a game with Leonard. I think it was Columbus.
Okay.
And I don't know if Leonard got hit or if somebody just annoyed him, and he went so crazy. And there was this picture of him being held back by a ref, and his eyes.
Yes.
He looked like not a human being. He looked like a different species. He looked like an alien. And for some reason, I could tell that he was just, he obviously has his issues, and we know that. But there was a part of it that I felt was because the team was what it was, that he was in that state of mind in that moment to be that out of his mind. Mm-hmm. And that popped into my head of like, just I think because of that, the range of emotions that the team could make you feel. And that was another side of it. And like O'Reilly was the depressing, like, how is it even possible to be this sad? And Leonard represented this rageful fury that I think many of us have about what was what had been happening there, but couldn't. We were almost so apathetic because it was so bad for so long. But that was deep down within us, and I think that seeing that in Leonard made that come up to the surface for me too, and that popped into my head when you asked that question.
I want to get to a call on this in a second. JD, we'll get right to you. Leonard was almost another version of O'Reilly and Eichel and Reinhart.
Yeah.
And like he left the Sabres and in his first year won the Jennings Trophy and finished third in Vezina voting.
Yes.
Like he almost won the Vezina his first year leaving. And I think he plays deep into the playoffs one year where I remember he was I don't know if he was the Conn Smythe favorite or maybe he just was on Vegas. It was the 2020 season.
Yep.
16 starts in the playoffs and 9-17 and 4 shutouts. I think, did they go to, maybe that's the conference finals.
That might have been one of the years they went all the way to the conference finals. And that, yeah.
But it was if they win the cup, that this is another Sabre that's going to win the Conn Smythe.
And he even went to Vegas and was pretty good for a while.
That was in Vegas.
Right,
Yeah.
sorry, yes.
The Islanders is where he almost won the Vezina.
Islanders is where he almost won the Vezina.
Yeah.
But they're like, I always thought of him, like, if he didn't have the issues that he had, he would still be playing and probably be a top 15, top 10 goalie.
Yeah, he never really had a bad year statistically after he left the Sabres.
He just flamed out because he went a little crazy. And, like, that's terrible. I feel for him, and I hope he's getting help and, whatever. But he was a legit talent that was a nightmare here in some ways.
Yeah, I do remember the picture of him that you're referencing against Columbus.
The eyes. Psychotic. There was didn't he not save a shootout against all that one year too? Like literally every single time somebody came down on him in a shootout, it went in the net.
Oh, that's a good. All right, there's a vote. Could the low point of the drought have been when Kucherov scored a shootout goal on Leonard without shooting?
Yes,
that could be your answer.
The original Kucherov.
JD and Hamburg's next. What's up, JD?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to make a couple points about the Sabres. The fan base here is very knowledgeable, but there's a bit of ignorance, I think, these days, because I don't think that people really recognize what a home stretch is. A home stretch is not unlike the playoffs. It's its own season. Yesterday, Carolina lost to Ottawa. Ottawa's more desperate. The Devils were more desperate than the Canadiens. They beat them. So you're playing more desperate teams. When you're a contending club, you're going to lose most of the time. When Columbus comes in Thursday, chalk up a loss for the Sabres, or just be prepared to be disappointed, because if they're still very desperate, that's a game they can lose. Tonight, obviously, is a game they need to win. They have to win to show what they are. And for position, so I'm just saying this is a home stretch you are supposed to lose when you're a contender. It's the home stretch. The second thing I want to say very quick is, I hear a lot about Stanley and Kesselring and Timmins and Metza. You now have 9 NHL defensemen. Your GM has done his job. If Luke Schenn has to be inserted into the playoffs, you may not like it, but he's coming in with 1,100 games of experience. You remember the 2006 Sabres didn't have 9 NHL defensemen and didn't go to the Stanley Cup final. So I want to get your thoughts on that, and then after that, I want to make one comment about our centers.
Okay, Jay, I would say one thing about the desperation point. Yes, I do think it plays into it. It shouldn't make you incapable of winning those games. You're fighting for playoff positioning as well, and it hasn't stopped Montreal or Tampa from winning games because both of them have gained ground. So, yes, I do think there is a point to it, but it's not an automatic. I mean, the Islanders, Red Wings, and Blue Jackets, who are all playing for a lot, they're the first 3 teams out of a spot, 1, 2, and 2 points out of a playoff spot, and they're on 4-game, 3-game, and 2-game losing streaks. So I do think what the point you make holds up to some extent, but I don't think it's automatic. And on Schenn, I'll just tell you what I said about Schenn, or just the point about the defensive depth. The day they traded for him, that exact point was made. Well, remember in 2006, I ran out of NHL defensemen. And I think that could be true of Stanley, that could be true of Metza, Kesselring, Timmins. The thing I said about Schenn that day, I'll say again here. I think he's Jeff Gilson. He's your Jeff Gilson. I don't think he maybe warrants being an NHL defenseman anymore. Sure, he has experience, but so does Robin Regehr. Should I pull him out of retirement? There are going to be limits to that. I think he will help in the room. I don't think him in a playoff game has to be more effective than the next guy you would call up from Rochester. So, again, I'm not going against both points. I just think I wouldn't want to go all the way with either. That Schenn is this big asset as my 9th defenseman, and that the motivational point, teams playing for things, yeah, it helps. But, I don't know, New Jersey's playing for nothing. They beat Montreal last night. The Rangers were playing for nothing this weekend. They beat the Red Wings, who was desperate in that game. Detroit, I mean, their team might be on the verge of implosion if they don't make the playoffs this year. And they're playing the worst team in the East, and they got shut out 3-0. I think that was the final score. It was 3-0 late in the third. So, yeah, I don't think both, they're terrible points. I wouldn't want to go that far with them. I got to get a break here. Thanks for the call, JD. I want to talk about the centers. And Tom, Billy, stay on hold. We'll get to you as well. The low point in the drought for you. Mine, it was that COVID year. Taylor Hall, Eric Stahl. Jeff Skinner's measured his whole career on goals. But I think there are a lot of different answers. There's a bunch on Twitter that I've seen tweeted in that we'll get to, and we'll get to your phone calls on it as well. It's Jeremy and Joe. Stay tuned. This is WGR. When you look back on how this has happened, Paul, do you how much credit does Lindy deserve and Jarmo as well? Lindy, it's a lot of the same players. There's a lot of guys that feel like he's gotten more out of this year, or at least there are players that have made big steps from last year. I mean, Samuelsson would be right at the top of the list. To Jarmo Kekalainen, who didn't really do a lot to the roster, but I don't know how much credit do you give to the idea of a culture shock or a culture change in December being the catalyst for why this all happened?
I don't think the players had the faith that Kevyn Adams was going to do all the right things to get it done. He had made good moves. I mean, there were some good trades that he made, and Zucker was a good free agent signing, and he had gotten a lot of the players. I mean, he didn't get Dahlin and Thompson, but he got most of the other guys, and but it just wasn't. I don't think they had really any faith that. He would get caught up in a lot of other things. He'd have rabbit ears, hearing about this was said and that was said, and he'd get all worried about it, and things that I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen could care less about. I think that part of it. The players really weren't doing what Lindy Ruff wanted them to do, nor were they doing what Tony or with Don Granato wanted them to do, and they would do it sometimes, and then and that's why it was getting to a point. It was starting to be a year and a half. It's like, well, they don't want to listen to Lindy Ruff. I mean, they're not. He's not getting through to them, and for whatever the reason, and then all of a sudden they've started playing. Why have they only won 2 of their last 9 games? Because they've gotten away from it again, and they're not doing what Lindy Ruff asked them to do, and it's fallen apart on them recently, so
yeah,
it shows you right there that they decided to start doing it Lindy Ruff's way, and then the winning started, and they enjoyed winning, so they kept doing it Lindy Ruff's way.
Portions of WGR programming brought to you by the American Lung Association's Fight for Air Climb on May 9th at Salem Field. 500 steps, 1 mission, 0 excuses. The Fight for Air Climb Buffalo at Salem Field steps off on May 9th. Be the athlete your fitness tracker wants you to be. Register at climbbuffalo.org. That's climbbuffalo.org.
Sabres and Lightning tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Drought memories. It's Jeremy and Joe. What was the low point for you? Let's get some calls in on that before we hit the top of the hour. Got a Lightning guest coming up at 9:30 on tonight's game and tonight's opponent, who they could see in round 1 if Montreal wins the division, and they're only 2 back of that now. Tom and Tonawanda first up this segment. Hey, Tom.
Hey, good morning. Low point for me was losing the lottery for Connor McDavid.
Yep. Yeah.
With the build-up, I remember that going to the Erie Otter game here, and it just seemed like it was a coronation. Perfect landing spot for him. He wanted to be here. And that Friday night where they clinched the first pick overall, I had gone to 716 at the time to watch the game with the Buffalo fans. And as soon as Cam Atkinson scored the empty net goal, the fans started yelling, let's go Buffalo, let's go Buffalo. The whole town was on board, and then we lose the lottery.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom, for the call. Yeah, that night, I have a similar story, not from the lottery night, or from the night that Atkinson scored or clinched it. I remember going to an Erie game during that year, and it was all Sabre fans. Like, it must have been at least half the building, and that building was like 8,000-9,000 if I remember right. Maybe it was less than that. And we're on a parking ramp after the game, and we're kind of stuck, just waiting. And it's all Sabre fans, and everyone's blasting their horns and screaming, let's go Buffalo. And they were certainly in last place by that point. Yeah, like, people were fired up. And then you had to kind of accept the consolation prize, which did end up being a consolation. Like, Eichel's great. And he's won a cup, actually. McDavid hasn't. But, yeah, you can only dream about what would have been different. He's the best player I've ever seen. And he's gone deep into the playoffs a lot, and his teams haven't always been built that great either. The lottery. Let me know what you think. What's the low point of the drought for you? 803-0550 is the phone number. We also have some peeps to try here. Maybe we'll do that in the next segment. Owen brought some in. After Friday, we found out there were 110 flavors. That coming up here on WGR. On Jarmo and that debate, how much credit should Jarmo Kekalainen get? How much credit should Kevin Adams get? Because there's a lot of, does Adams' name go on the cup if they were to win the Stanley Cup? And I think both can be true, that both had an influence on this happening, and that the GM firing can also be the catalyst for this whole thing starting. I just think it would be far too great of a coincidence to say right around, not when it was made official, because we remember when it was made official, they were 3 games in to their 10-game win streak. But remember the timing of the GM change and when it was kind of out there that this was going to happen. It was many days before it actually became official. It happened while they were out west, where everybody around here, worst kept secret was, they're going to do this as soon as they get back from their West Coast trip. Let alone, when would the players have gotten wind of, oh yeah, this is happening? Probably right around when the first game of that 10-game win streak would have been, not 3 games into it. And not that that should really matter to the equation anyway. I just think that when they make that move, it causes all the players to take the place that they're working a little bit more seriously, if not a lot more seriously, and place yourself in your own place of employment and think, oh man, my boss just then doesn't know what he's doing. And then your company changes him out for someone with experience, a resume, doing that same job. You might work a little bit harder because, one, you want to impress him, and two, you actually have more confidence in the place that you work. And I think that almost definitely happened with all of these players. And that's not even to speak of the stories that have been told about how Jarmo went in there and was like, I'm going to find out who doesn't work in this room, and if you're not going to work, then you're out of here. That's going to be the standard that we set. I do think that mattered a lot to them doing this. I guess to put it frankly, I do not think this season would look the way it's looked had they not made a GM change. If they had just got healthy and Lindy stayed on as the coach and everything stayed the same, I do not think they would have broken the playoff drought.
Take that, Jets. The Buffalo Sabres playoff drought is no more. The Detroit Red Wings lost to the Rangers on Saturday to punch the Sabres' ticket to the dance. Sabres did end up losing to the Capitals later that night, 6-2, but look to bounce back tonight in Super Fight Night 2 at KeyBank Center against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Championship is set for the men's NCAA basketball tournament. Number 2 UConn takes on 1 seed Michigan tonight at 8:50. And looking around the NFL, New York Jets now have the longest playoff drought in sports. The Athletics' Zach Jackson believes that barring a trade down, the Browns will take Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate with the number 6 overall pick. Several anonymous NFL executives believe A.J. Brown will be traded to the Patriots in June. The Raiders hosted free agent running back Najee Harris for a visit on Friday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the NFL concluded Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice did not violate the personal conduct policy, and there will be no discipline at this time. In baseball, The Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. They're 4-5 on the season. The Yankees fell to the Marlins 7-6. They're 7-2 on the season. The Mets bested the Giants 5-2. They're 6-4 on the season. And the Red Sox fell to the Padres 8-6. They're 2-7 on the season. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
There's no celebration. I mean, you've got to be proud of what you did and how hard you worked and the goal we set at the start of the year to be in the playoffs. We still have a lot of work to do, and I think they understand that. We had a meeting yesterday talking about, I told them we're going to be in the playoffs. There's not a doubt in my mind we're in the playoffs. But that isn't good enough. We've got work to do in these last regular season games, and then moving forward, it's how good can we be day one with whoever we have to play.
Lindy Ruff, Sabres and Lightning tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR, a rematch of a brawl-filled, goal-filled, amazing hockey game, maybe the best I've ever been to in the regular season a couple of weeks ago. I am not going tonight. Either of you two going tonight? Owen, will you be there? Owen will be there. I don't think you'll get the same. I think you'll get something. Stanley is going to do something tonight. I almost feel like he can't not do something.
That's correct. I don't think that he can talk the way he talked on the broadcast last game and then have, I think that there is no chance he doesn't do something.
So what is do something, though? Is him just getting in a fight with their toughest dude qualify? Is that enough?
I don't know that he won't just jump Hagel.
Now, that's what everyone wants.
Correct.
Is it fair to expect he'll do it?
I don't know, because there is a little bit of you don't really do that as the 6'7", 240-pound third pairing defenseman. You don't really jump the first line, blah, blah, blah. But
John
also,
Scott did go after Phil Kessel once upon a time.
And also, Hagel completely ran after Dahlin, and that is also against the code. So,
right.
I think all bets are off here. So I think if Stanley were to do that, he has got a valid defense as to well, listen, I know you're not supposed to do that. I'm way bigger than him. He didn't probably want to fight me, but Dahlin didn't want to fight him, and Dahlin ate 5 punches to the back of the head. So I'm going to try and punch Brandon Hagel's face in. And he's got to deal with it because that's what he earned himself. And I think that would be well received, to say the least, if he wants to revive his
reputation,
reputation within Sabre fandom. I think that is as quick a way to do it for him as he can find.
Have we seen what's back?
Oh, what's back?
To cheers Logan Stanley?
I have.
The beer Sabres back.
If he gets in a fight, those are
only.
standing straight in the air if he gets in that fight you're talking about.
That is true.
Sorry, I had to pipe that in.
That's right.
Totally fair.
So one thing, though, that I want to see later on in the day that we'll get, Hagel might not play tonight. He has not played in a week. He's dealing with some undisclosed injury, so he's missed a couple of games in a row. He did not play Saturday against the Bruins, so that would be a little bit of a letdown. It's not going to be Gudas, though. Like Radko Gudas, who was injured and had missed the game before Anaheim played Toronto. Gudas knocked out Austin Matthews for the entire season. Gudas played through injury that he said he might not have played through otherwise, but he felt I have to answer for the mistake that I made. He also owned up to it being a mistake. I gained a little bit of respect for him doing that. And he showed up, and he got his butt kicked by Max Domi, and they went through the night. Hagel didn't injure Dahlin. And the players aren't talking about the attack on Dahlin as something that needs to be answered for directly. They could be thinking it.
Yeah.
It's just not out here when they're getting questions in scrums after practice or on podcasts or whatever. Like, no one's really talking about Hagel's got a debt to pay, right?
Yeah, because I think there's so much else with the game itself because the last game was more than just the Hagel-Dahlin incident. The last game was the 8-7 barn burner.
Where there were 9,000 other things that happened.
Right. There's so much else that went into it that focusing solely on that storyline as a reporter, I think, would be selling yourself short and cutting off good answers. I think if you're asking directly about that specifically, you're stopping them from saying, well, there was actually this thing that Beck Malenstein did, or that we want to get them back because they beat us. That's an answer you'd rather have than like, yeah, we know they're going to come after Hagel. Like that, yeah, we know. We all know that that's going to happen. So I think that that's a little bit different in those two. Like the Ducks-Leafs thing that's the only thing anybody cares about because the Ducks are good, the Leafs are bad, and nothing else in that game mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares? That's the only thing that anyone's going to care about in that game. Tonight, you're playing for the division. You're playing for the rematch of that game itself. You're playing for playoff seeding. And like, there is so much more in this game than there would be with the Ducks-Leafs rematch. So to me, it's a very different thing. And I think the Gudas play was... I think that's a different kind of dirty. Like the Gudas play was...
Well, it is. It is thought of that way. Should it be? Like, aren't you putting Dahlin just in as much risk as Gudas is for? Like, if you hit Dahlin the wrong way and he falls on the back of his head, or you just hit him the wrong way and he's got a major concussion and he's not playing, then it's the same result, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's not thought of that way because that's just the way hockey works, right? Like the player safety department treats it the same way. Like punches to the head are not the same as a hit to the head.
Correct.
Even though I'm attacking the head in both.
Right.
It's just how hockey works.
Yeah, it's for whatever reason just the way people think about it. So that's true. But I also think Gudas is a much more...
He's been a dirtier player throughout his career.
I think he's the dirtiest player in the league. I think
Yeah.
I genuinely believe he shouldn't be allowed to play in the league because he does stuff like this so often. He's been suspended for everything you can get suspended for. He's a dirtbag, period. So I think that's there's a very different context there to that.
Right.
I think there's a chance also that somebody just goes and tries to get after Kucherov or something.
Wow,
like,
he would be a guy I would love. He is... Paul was after him after that game, especially.
He and Luukkonen got into it.
He is such a quietly dirty player throughout his career.
It's the worst.
And there have been a lot of star players like that who... Like, I think Crosby was this early in his career. He's not like that now, and I don't think he's ever been as bad as Kucherov is.
Dahlin's this.
Dahlin's got a bit of this for sure, right? Like, that's what drives people nuts is the cross-check right to the spot where he knows you don't have any padding.
Exactly. Right.
Like, he knows where it's going to hurt.
It's a Kucherov move, and Dahlin does it too.
Kucherov's a little more overt, though. Like, Kucherov will spear you. He'll hit you low. I asked Samuelsson about that after that game. Like, I saw Kucherov try to hit Samuelsson at the knee.
Yep.
And listen, if he had hit him harder or the wrong way, or maybe if it was just the same way and it was an injury, it would have been the Gudas Austin Matthews incident.
Yes.
It would have been you went after the guy's knee and you knocked him out for the year. But because Samuelsson ended up being okay, it wasn't a story. And no one even really ever noticed it, I don't think. But like Kucherov went after Samuelson's knee. Behind the net.
I remember we were sitting right in front of that, and we saw that.
Oh,
we saw Samuelsson get up and whack him, and then Kucherov whacked him back. And like, I could see that kind of thing happening tonight, where like, all right, I'll just go run your guy. If Hagel's not going to play, all right, give me Kucherov then. Fine.
You're right though about the other part about tonight, though, is there is meaning of it, and you do want to win the game.
And that's
where, like, if Hagel played, Stanley jumping Hagel, and am I going to be down a man for 4 minutes? Depends on what the score is, right?
Yeah. Would you?
I mean, Hagel didn't seem to care about that when he did it 2 weeks ago.
Right. I mean, would
3
you
weeks ago.
also take that trade?
Yes.
Right?
Wasn't everybody saying the same thing when he fought Brady Tkachuk over the weekend?
Correct.
Great trade.
Like, good job.
5 minutes for him, 5 minutes for us.
Yeah, I think you take that. I think if you're Lindy, you go like, don't go fight their fifth defenseman. Like, if you can get a guy,
but if he
take a guy.
But what are we talking about here? If he jumps Hagel's not getting a penalty.
If he fights him, yeah.
But
he's off the ice for the penalty. I'm talking about even if Stanley takes an instigator, you're taking Hagel off the ice.
But you're assuming Hagel's going to drop the gloves. And I think what Hagel's going to do you'll get the Dahlin Hagel incident.
I don't think so.
You think Hagel will drop
answers. Hagel, the Four Nations. Like
against him?
I don't think it matters for him.
He answers against Brady Tkachuk and Matthew Tkachuk. Is he answering against Logan Stanley?
I don't think he turtles.
All right.
I don't think he turtles in this spot, knowing what he did if he plays. I don't think he turtles even if it's Stanley that comes after him.
All right. I'd be interested to see it.
I mean, he'll drop the gloves and try and hug him. I think that'll happen, but I don't think he's just going to like skate away from him.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets away with that, because I think if he does that, then what happens? Everybody on the team is now going to try and put you through the boards every second you're on the ice.
That's where I wonder, like, I don't know that the incident graduated to that level where you're chasing him around the whole night. He didn't injure Dahlin.
Yeah, but
I know he tried to.
Could have and
could have. But it's not Chris Draper and Claude Lemieux to me. Was it Chris Draper? It was the Claude Lemieux incident.
Yeah.
It's not that.
If I'm on that team and that guy did that to my captain, and especially this team and that captain this year,
and then he didn't answer for it,
and he didn't answer for it, I am going to be stunned if they're not bats out of hell trying to get him tonight. I just don't think that you do that and get away with it, especially with Dahlin. I think Dahlin across the league, if you polled players in terms of like internally, how much do you respect your captain? I think Dahlin rates very highly on that list for his teammates, what they think of him. And I think that plays into this too.
Yeah.
So I think with everything he's gone through, with how good he is now, with how long he's been here, all of it, I think Dahlin holds a lot of respect as a guy in that room, and they will want to prove that to him.
Yep.
I think that's a factor.
803-0550 is the phone number. Big one tonight. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Eduardo Encina is going to join us coming up, by the way, in about 15 minutes. He covers the Lightning for the Tampa Bay Times, so more on Hagel and his status for tonight. We'll get the scoop on that. Go to the phones. Billy in Toronto's next up. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Yeah, listen, it made the Toronto team up here a whole different team now after that Gouda hit. It's something funny about when your pride has been challenged, and the backlash that the Leafs took for not going after that goon right away. This team is playing a different style of hockey. They're not going anywhere, but you can see them. Their pride was wounded about what happened in the papers and on the talk shows. Listen, guys, to make it very simply put, Buffalo fans, I love coming down there. I love coming to. I love AAA baseball. The one thing that I'm disappointed about with the Sabres winning is that now I can't come down there and get great seats like I always did. Coming down and then hitting the Anchor Bar afterwards, or going over to Seneca and getting my gamble on. I'm happy for you, but I just have to say this, that I don't see you going anywhere in the playoffs. Not that I don't want you to, but this is the NHL. This isn't anything else. And 1 through 8 can win the Stanley Cup. So many 8 seeds beat a 1 seed. We see how many times how up here in Toronto where we were supposed to win the Cup, and we're gone in the first round. I mean, we got upset by Montreal one year. We got upset by Columbus one year. And we just shook our heads and said, this is hockey. This is the way the game's played. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I really like to see the Sabres go on a run, but it's a whole different animal in the playoffs.
That's true. But, Billy, can I ask you, who is that not true of in the East other than Tampa and Carolina then? Because everybody else is new.
Oh, I totally agree with you, but I I'm a gambler. I heard you talking about gambling. I love gambling. I'm a home team underdog player. I'm a dead dog player. I love betting these weak teams that are at home playing these good teams because every gambler knows that at home the home teams get the calls, get everything just because referees want to please the home crowd. Listen, I don't mean to be. I don't mean to put it in a way that I don't want the Sabres to win. This isn't.
No, I get that. Yeah.
All I see is that we've seen the New England Patriots go to the Super Bowl. They're not going back there next year. We've seen our Blue Jays go to the World Series. They're definitely not going back there this year. So my point is that the Sabres are on a run. You go as far as you can. I think the thing that you should be most proud of, and trust me, I've been going to Sabres games for a long time, is that you've now built a good team there. And even if you don't get it done this year, you're going to be good for a long time, and hopefully that cup comes there one day.
Yeah, thanks, Billy, for the call. You want to see something on this?
Yeah, if it's a good team and it's as good as we've seen it be, they can win the damn cup. That's it. Experience, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. They're good. I know they've slipped recently, but they're good. As good as anyone in the East. And just because they haven't been there and done that doesn't mean a thing. Other than they have to learn. And they can learn on the fly. They've got a coach that's top 3 all time in wins. They got enough. They're going to be fine. If they lose, they lose. If they win, they win. There's no reason that anyone should be calling in here and saying, well, they're not going to do it. You don't know that.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're a gambler. I get it. You think you know what you're talking about, and maybe you do. But you don't know what's going to happen before it happens. So,
and I don't think it's comparable to the Toronto example.
No, it's not.
I don't think anything is comparable. Toronto doing what they did the last 8 years. There's no precedent for it in the sport. There's no precedent for being that successful every regular season and failing in the first round of the playoffs that many times in a row. It does not happen ever. So to say that other teams have to be the same way, I don't know. Like Florida, when they first started and came in as an 8 seed, sure, the same point was probably made about them. They had squeaked in. They'd just gotten Matthew Tkachuk. No one was sure yet if it was going to work. They squeak in, and now they're playing the best team in the league in the first round.
Yeah.
Like, no one thought they could do that, and then they've just been great ever since when they've been healthy. Like, I'm not saying the Sabres are about to be the Panthers, but there's one of these teams is going to do it. Like, the idea that we're just going to go chalk through the playoffs and the two teams that have been here the most often, Tampa and Carolina, are just going to cruise to the conference finals because they're the only ones who've actually been here recently. Like, I don't see that happening.
No, it could it? Sure, because they're good teams. But so are the Sabres, and so are so's Montreal.
Right, like, but you want to talk about odds. Like, the odds that somebody that hasn't done it before, Buffalo, Montreal, this new Flyers group, probably not them, Ottawa, the Islanders, Boston, with, again, new guys around Pasternak. Like, one of these groups that doesn't have experience doing it together, the odds are one of them is going to win 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And there's no reason why, unless you want to really just grab onto the last 7 games, there's no other reason why the Sabres are less likely to do that than anybody else that's not Tampa.
Yeah. There's no indication. So, I understand the experience point, and it holds some weight, but it does not eliminate them from anything, any consideration for any ability to go anywhere. They will do what they do regardless of that. Will it help next year that they had a round? Sure. But that won't, again, have any bearing on whether they do anything. Whether they win or not is up to how they play, not how they've played in the past or where they've played in the past or how many games they've got. It's how are you going to play in the playoffs? That's it.
Yeah. Trying to think. Teams recently that did go on a run where, like, they just got there for the first time or they hadn't really done it before. Like, the last couple of years, sure, you could probably look at it and say that hasn't really happened. Because again, Florida and Tampa have been going deep, and Edmonton has been going deep. In the West, Dallas continues to make the conference finals.
But is that because they are experienced or because they're great built
No,
teams?
it's more about the talent.
They are unbelievable teams.
It's more about the talent.
Why did Toronto not get out of the first round? Because they never had a D that was anywhere close to Rasmus Dahlin.
Yeah.
And they didn't care about one another enough, frankly. So that's why you didn't make it, not because they were inexperienced or then experienced. They didn't make it because they weren't good enough.
And
I should say enough.
And again, there just aren't enough. If the playoffs were littered with all of these, if Florida and Toronto had both had excellent regular seasons this year and stayed healthy, and Florida would be much greater on this point than Toronto would be.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Capitals were here with their same group and were really good this year, and the Rangers, if every team around the Sabres had been a team who's been here and done it, and they were thrust into the mix in a playoff field that looked like that, I'd listen to, they're the most inexperienced team here. That could hurt them. I'd still probably want to push back against it some because I don't think it matters that much.
Right.
But it matters to me even less when the only teams with experience are two teams that I'm probably not seeing until, Carolina I'm not seeing until the conference finals. And we can argue about whether their experience is even good experience in the playoffs. And Tampa, who, no one is saying the Lightning aren't a huge threat.
No.
No one is walking past them. I'm certainly sitting here saying, I need the Sabres to win the division or I need Montreal to lose because I don't want to play them in the first round. I absolutely respect that on the Tampa level. But all these new Bruins players, Zadorov and Middlestat, they haven't done this before.
No.
The Penguins even, they've got Crosby and Malkin and Carlson.
Which is great. But
the rest of their team hasn't, they haven't made the playoffs. Have they even made the playoffs in 4 years? It's been a while for them.
Yeah.
But sure, that would be the test. It would be, they're not going to play Pittsburgh, so this kind of doesn't matter. But if they were going to play the Penguins, what would you care about more? The fact that the Sabres have been better all throughout the regular season, or that the Penguins have Crosby and Malkin and they know what it takes?
Right.
To me,
that's it.
The last time the Penguins made the playoffs, they lost in the first round. Didn't they know what it takes? How come experience didn't carry them through then?
Experience, this is how I'll put it. Give me two teams that are exactly identical, then maybe the experience matters. But if you're a better team than the other team, the experience is not going to help that team magically be better than you. You're going to win games.
Yeah.
If you know how to win games better than the other team this season with the group that you have, then you know how to, I understand the point and I know the history, but it is not a disqualifier. I can't stop saying it. It doesn't matter if the team is better.
Here's the ultimate point I'll make about this and leave it at that. I'm going to use the Penguins as the ultimate example for this. Sidney Crosby, Cup winner, 3-time Cup winner, best player in the league forever, automatic Hall of Famer. He won his third Stanley Cup at 30 years old in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
No one has ever, in the last 25 years at least, known what it takes more and have better playoff experience than that guy did from age 30 on. And since then, he's 1-5 in playoff series. How much did it matter in those 6 playoff series?
Thank you.
803-0550 is the phone number. Eduardo Encinas coming up next on the Lightning. And what we'll get tonight, will Brandon Hagel play? He is day-to-day, has not been in the lineup for the last week. We'll talk about tonight's matchup when we return here on WGR. That is the draft your favorite way of putting into perspective how long the drought really was? You could go beyond darts. Just the fact that Cam Newton hadn't been drafted in the NFL yet the last time. I don't know who you got on the song. I looked up earlier, maybe CeeLo Green was up there on the top 40 chart. Like, what's been your favorite way to kind of put into perspective just how long Sabre fans really had to wait for this?
2011, were you in high school, early in college?
High school.
Okay, so for me, I was a freshman at Buff State. Okay, so that was a long time ago for me. My thought is I was a freshman at Buff State. I started working at Channel 7 in 2013. It feels like I've spent my entire professional life working at Channel 7, and I have never seen the playoffs as a professional, like covering the team. The other one for me that was pretty crazy was in 2011. You know, I'm a young kid. I'm just starting to get into the industry. Never even had a thought about children in my life. And now I have a daughter who we brought to our first game a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, oh my gosh, the drought is so old that I was a freshman in college and now I have children. Like, that is crazy that is something that we're talking about. So, yeah, there was a lot. The Marcel Darius one, though, because I was like, whoa, that feels like forever ago. And that's how long it's been. And then you, like, look at the roster, and you're like, man, this is crazy. Because, you know, like, we're both hockey sickos. You can remember that series. You can remember the goals. You can remember the names. But there's a couple deep cuts on there that you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot Brad Boyes was on the team and scored the last playoff goal from a Buffalo Sabre.
Right. Sean Morrison was a name I saw that played in that series.
Yeah.
Where, like, that name, Mark Mancarey, they're just, you could go down the rabbit hole.
Oh, it's not over yet. Sorry, boys. They are thumping here. Malenstein and Perry. Malenstein, body shots up over top, swinging. Perry's the dog in the fight, and Malenstein trying to tame him here. They are down to the ice. Malenstein drops Perry and goes to the bench with Sabres fans on their feet again.
Well, that was the last time these two teams played. And as you could tell, people were into it. It was as energized a building as I can remember being in a long time. As the Sabres playoff drought comes to an end over the weekend, and now a big matchup with the Lightning. 2-point difference in the standings for the top of the Atlantic Division, which is roughly kind of where we were a couple weeks ago. It was top spot in the Atlantic is on the line. And if the Sabres won tonight in regulation, Tampa would still be up on games played, point percentage, but they would come into a tie on points. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. Going to the Western Hotline now, joined by Eduardo Encina from the Tampa Bay Times, who's here in Buffalo, and I think it's probably a little colder, Eduardo, than you had in Tampa. You just missed, it was 75 here a couple days ago. So
yeah, I was just told that by my Uber driver on the way in. But you know what? I'll take this, considering some of the other trips that I've had to Buffalo in the wintertime.
Sure.
Just have to dust off the jacket a little bit, but totally fine with me.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being on. So for tonight's game, a lot to get to. I want to get some of the injury status stuff of the Lightning in as well. But how do you look back on that game and kind of the weeks that have followed the Sabres and Lightning? I mean, everyone was calling it the game of the year at that point, even nationally. I don't know, that game, still, do you look back and think that it could happen again, or would you expect something a little tamer tonight?
Yeah, I think, it'd be interesting to see. I think I would expect something a little bit tamer. Obviously, both of these teams have clinched playoff spots now, right? And, there's always kind of message sending, especially now since you really don't know who you're going to face. For both of these teams, they could face any of, 3-4 teams right now at this point, maybe 5, 6 even, with how tight the playoff race is and how many teams are still kind of in the mix for those last couple wild card spots. So, there's I think there'll be a little bit of that still. But yeah, I mean, going back to that game, I've covered a lot of games in Buffalo, and I really like coming here because I do know it's a town that really loves its hockey team. I've also covered a lot of games with a lot of half-empty crowds at KeyBank, but that crowd was a playoff level crowd. It was not just full, but it was loud. It was reactive to everything that was going on the ice, whether it was a missed whistle or guys dropping gloves, and it was cool, really cool to see, because I know that this market has waited for this for a really long time, and to see that in March, when you're still probably what would be 6 weeks away from actually the playoffs, kind of with that feel that maybe these teams could meet again with a lot more on the line. You don't necessarily see that too much in game, what would it be, 50, 55 of the season,
Mm-hmm.
So that was really cool to see. And, again, like these two teams, I think, for all intents and purposes, they're probably going to have to go through each other at some point, whether it's the first round or the second round. So yeah, I do think that was one of the most memorable games I've covered this year. And definitely a highlight of the season for the Lightning. Even though they lost that game, it was one of those games that they came back. It definitely, just because you want to get yourself in that kind of frame of mind that these are playoff games and these games really, really matter.
Right. Eduardo Encina with us on the Western Hotline. The other thing from that game I wanted to ask you about, is there any residual you think, or honestly, I think this will answer the question if it's not even on your mind. There's been a little bit around here of, will Brandon Hagel have to answer, if he even plays, and that's the other thing I want to get to with you, for going after Rasmus Dahlin in the last meeting, did not get ejected from that game. A lot of Sabre fans wanted him thrown out.
Right.
And I don't know, do you feel like there would be any residual? And also, is he even going to play tonight? Because I think the answer is obviously no if he's not expected to.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough call. I mean, we'll find out more in morning skate this morning later on. But I mean, Hayes hasn't played in the past 2 games. They've won those 2 games without him. He's obviously a big part of that team and everything they do, because he plays everywhere. He plays obviously 5-on-5, power play, one of the best penalty killers in the league. And in a lot of ways, he is that kind of he's kind of the emotional leader of the team. So you want him on the ice. Like I said, I don't know at this point whether he's going to be on the ice. I haven't seen him on the ice since they haven't really practiced that much, and there's been a lot of optional skates. But yeah, I haven't seen. I would think he doesn't play tonight, to be honest with you. Just an educated guess on my part, but yeah, I think I would expect the Sabres to go after Brandon Hagel. And again, like Rasmus Dahlin, from the Lightning's perspective, wasn't necessarily an innocent bystander by any means. I know that when Hagel pulling him away from the play and everything like that, I know that in itself was a play that I think made a lot of Sabres fans angry, and the pummeling, I guess, of him, like, you're not going away. But I think the Lightning saw a few cross checks that Dahlin had in that game, and even going back to the other game, I think the Lightning saw there was a play, I think the previous game, injured Gage Gonsalves. Obviously, there was a couple cross checks on Braden Point, I think. I don't know if it was that game or the game before, but so I think these things kind of all even up. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you do. A team does still believe going into a game a month later that you still kind of have to answer the bell. And I know that from the Buffalo fans in my mentions that night is that you're going to have some of those Logan Stanleys and guys like that maybe in the lineup tonight that weren't in the lineup that night. And, those are going to be the guys that are kind of going to try to get Brandon Hagel to kind of, pay the price, so to speak, against bigger guys.
Yeah, Stanley had said, too, that he had circled this game on the calendar. I think that fired it up a little, fanned the flames a little bit as well. So we'll see. He will play tonight. Stanley will. How big a game do you see this as for the standings? There's winning the division. And the way Montreal has looked as of late, do you feel like there is now an added incentive, which is not just winning the division, but avoiding the Canadiens in the first round?
Yeah, they're a wagon right now, aren't they? They're obviously, I think they're probably the hottest team in hockey right now. And you look at it a couple ways. One is, can that sustain itself, right? I mean, obviously, they played well all year, but they're playing on a different level right now. But yeah, I mean, typically the Lightning aren't a team that really, once they clinch their playoff spot, they're more interested in their own game and kind of honing that for the playoffs, no matter who they play. But they are a team that they've struggled a little bit with the Canadiens. So I do think right now they want to get that top seed, so maybe the matchup's a little bit better. But at this point, the way the East is this year, it's really been a crazy year in terms of, I don't necessarily think there's a bunch of teams out there that you're looking at out of whether that's, wild card 1, wild card 2, or all those teams that are in that chase where you look at them and you're like, okay, I really like that matchup, or I really like, a 7-game series against that team. It's just so deep. The Atlantic is so deep, whether it's, Montreal, Boston, even Ottawa, Detroit's probably the one team that stands out to me in the division, the team that's really not kind of struggling its way, in. But outside of that, you can look at these, 4 or 5 teams, and there's really not an easy matchup for anyone. So, but yeah, I think you go into the playoffs with a little bit more, standing a little bit taller if you're the number one. But for the same point, the Lightning have done that before and failed at it. Now, it's really kind of the building block, the real lesson that they learned when they won the President's Trophy in 2019, got the Columbus Blue Jackets in the first round and just totally gave it away. So they know it from both sides about the value of that number one seed, or that that winning the division, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think you want to avoid the Canadiens right now the way they're playing, but at the same time, there's really no easy matchup in this first round with all these teams from the Atlantic.
By the way, they play back-to-back days here, right? So would there be some chance it wouldn't be Vasilevsky, or would you think because Vasilevsky didn't go last time, would you guess that it is him tonight?
Yeah, they've seen a lot of Johansson, haven't they? I would think you get Vasilevsky out there tonight, and then Ottawa you go with Johansson, just because the way the kind of the dates and the days off, stuff like that. They've been really kind of trying to optimize the off days and practice days and stuff like that to give Vasi rest, to optimize his rest, kind of, especially down the stretch. So I would have gone if they expect Vasi in net tonight, and then Johansson in net tomorrow in Ottawa. Obviously, this is a huge road trip for them, not just the back-to-back against, 2 teams, in that mix that we talked about, but also, Montreal. They got Montreal on Thursday and Boston on Saturday. So this is kind of a gauntlet and kind of a preview for them of, the teams that they faced all year, but also the teams that they might end up facing, in the first round.
Last thing for you, Eduardo, and then we'll let you go. Darren Radish this year, not really a household name, I don't feel like, for most hockey fans yet, because this is kind of the first year, right, of this level of play. He's setting franchise records. How out of left field is the season Radish is having? And with Hedman out, I would imagine that's been critical for them.
Yeah, it's been huge for them, and they've had a lot of injuries across the board on the blue line. Not just Hedman, Ryan McDonough missed about 30 games. Emil Lilleberg missed about 20 too. So. Darren Radish. He wasn't on my bingo card for sure that Darren Radish would have 21 goals this year, and lead the league in power play goals by defensemen. So he has seized the opportunity. He's a great backstory. Just a guy who wasn't drafted in juniors, played 5 years of juniors, 4 years in the AHL before the Lightning really gave him his real first chance in the NHL. And they kind of 3 years in now, he's just kind of he's taken his game to another level, and it comes at a time for him that's incredible because he's going to be an unrestricted free agent in this summer, and the Lightning have to make a real tough decision on how to try to keep him because he's going to go from making, I think, $895,000 to a lot more than that on a multi-year deal with the year he's had. But he definitely kind of came out of nowhere. A hard worker, though, one of those guys that's, like I said, a great story because he kind of has that in him, but he really sees the opportunity of all the injuries. And like you said again, it has been a big boost for them, especially with all the injuries that they had Hedman, McDonough, all these guys who kind of held the blue line together for them over all these years.
Eduardo Encina, Tampa Bay Times, at Eddie in the Yard on Twitter. Thanks again, Eduardo, and enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
When we come back in Extendo Sports, we have some peeps to try, and they're a flavor that I wasn't that excited about when I saw it, but we're gonna give it a shot next. When you look back on how this has happened, Paul, do you how much credit does Lindy deserve and Jarmo as well? Lindy, it's a lot of the same players. There's a lot of guys that feel like he's gotten more out of this year, or at least there are players that have made big steps from last year. I mean, Samuelsson would be right at the top of the list. To Jarmo Kekalainen, who didn't really do a lot to the roster, but I don't know how much credit do you give to the idea of a culture shock or a culture change in December being the catalyst for why this all happened?
I don't think the players had the faith that Kevin Adams was going to do all the right things to get it done. He had made good moves. I mean, there were some good trades that he made, and Zucker was a good free agent signing, and he had gotten a lot of the players. I mean, he didn't get Dahlin and Thompson, but he got most of the other guys, and but it just wasn't. I don't think they had really any faith that he would get caught up in a lot of other things. He'd have rabbit ears, hearing about this was said and that was said, and he'd get all worried about it, and things that I don't think Jarmo Kekalainen could care less about. Just I think that part of it. The players really weren't doing what Lindy Ruff wanted them to do, nor were they doing what Tony or with Don Granato wanted them to do. And they would do it sometimes, and then and that's why it was getting to a point. It was starting to be a year and a half. It's like, well, they don't want to listen to Lindy Ruff. I mean, they're not. He's not getting through to them, and for whatever the reason. And then all of a sudden, they've started playing. Why have they only won 2 of their last 9 games? Because they've gotten away from it again. And they're not doing what Lindy Ruff asked them to do, and it's fallen apart on them recently. So
yeah.
It shows you right there that they decided to start doing it Lindy Ruff's way, and then the winning started, and they enjoyed winning, so they kept doing it Lindy Ruff's way.
All right, happy Easter and happy Dingus Day, by the way. It's Dingus Day. Sal's here, getting ready for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
Didn't send me a happy birthday over the weekend.
Happy birthday.
Come on.
Sal. Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Just fire off
I'm
a
not
text.
Good, I'm not good with
good.
birthdays.
No, me too.
You know what? I think that's the one downfall of me not being a Facebook user is when I was.
Oh,
that's how I would know everyone's birthdays, and I'm not just walking around. Maybe would it be a move to like do that in people's bios, like on your phone, like contacts?
Oh, sometimes I have
don't do
birthdays come up on my phone because someone put it in their contacts, so it syncs to my calendar. And it's actually in their contacts.
I don't have that.
I got a bunch of texts on Saturday for happy birthday, and I looked at my wife and I said, now I know who's on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Because they wouldn't know otherwise.
Right. I have no idea.
I get it. I came in here today because you guys are talking about, what are these bunnies? What are they?
Peeps. We're going to try Peeps because Owen ranked for us the top 15 Peep flavors out of 110.
I do love the attention. I love it. I love that. Yes, I love the attention. Thank you.
He brought in watermelon, which I don't think... Was that on our list on Friday?
It's sour watermelon.
It was on there somewhere. It was a low-ranked. It was a low-ranked item.
Sour watermelon. You brought in one of the bad ones.
It was. Listen, how many of these things do you think I'm going to find here? It's there is a pungent odor emitting from these Peeps. It's really.
It does kind of just smell like watermelon.
Yeah,
though.
but it's like it's really strong compared to what I would typically expect a marshmallow to smell like.
All right.
Yes.
So do we got to try these now and rate them?
We're going to try them.
I don't eat marshmallows. I don't like them. I don't do like s'mores. So I'm not a big
While
marshmallow
we do
fan.
this, what do you
So
what do you
I
got
brought
there?
these in because we're going to reveal this today in our office, how many jelly beans are in here. So if you're on the stream here, bullpen, and we'll make this about the jelly beans, not Sal. Yes, thank you. I love the attention here, but I want to show you the attention of the jelly beans. And how many are in here? Because everybody kind of put a guess in. So let's see if anybody in the stream. We're going to reveal this today, and then we'll let everybody know.
Very fun.
I don't know what time this is happening. Maybe I'll reveal it on the Extra Point Show today. So there we go.
Okay.
What 50-plus-year-old doesn't know what a peep is? I don't know what they're called. I don't know. I have a.
You didn't know what they were called?
I didn't know they're. Of course, I know I said to you,
Peeps.
I said, aren't those the really soft bunnies? And
Yeah. If
I
had
had
asked
no idea
you-
they were called peeps. I don't eat them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
I think you got to
I didn't know they were called
you gotta
peeps.
know
I
what
don't
they
eat
are.
marshmallows.
I think I'm going to end up with a stomach ulcer from this one
Yeah,
specifically.
this
This
I
is
think
crazy.
it's good.
You like that?
What?
I like this.
Oh, I'm going to come in there and.
This is good.
Wow. It's horrible.
I like sour candy.
Yeah, but that's it.
It's a sour marshmallow is like too far.
The
Really
marshmallow.
gross.
People are guessing, by the way, 4,000 beans.
4,000.
Jelly beans in that.
I think that's too
A little
many.
high.
But my guess was lower than that. But
2,500.
No, this is good.
I
into
can't
this.
believe you like that.
I would give this
so
a
surprised.
7 out of 10.
Wow.
Whoa.
2.
okay.
Yeah, I'm
2 out of
about
10.
there. 2.5 maybe.
All right,
It's
the whole thing.
way too. It's way too. It's like
I
stuck
might eat
in
the
my
other
mouth.
ones.
If it didn't have all the like sugar crust on the outside,
That's
I'd
the
be
good part.
I don't know. I don't know.
Good part.
I don't know.
Man, I can't believe you.
I'm into it.
Cobb salad.
What is me not knowing what peeps are the equivalent to in this room? Because sometimes I'm like, I can't believe you don't know that.
Howard's not
I
here.
feel
Howard
really
would have to be here right now.
yeah, but sometimes I feel really. I did not know I should know what peeps are, like what they're called. I just know that there's these bunnies that are marshmallows, and I don't eat them.
You thought these were bad?
I can't.
Do you not like sour candy?
I'm not a fan.
I love sour candy.
It's like what the whole exterior
It's
is.
too much. The exterior's sweet. I think the inside's the sour part. Is it not?
No, I think it's the I think it's the,
I don't know.
the
It's-
crystals
it's-
on the outside.
It does the texture plus that taste doesn't work for me.
If it was a hard candy, I'd be able to get behind it.
if that's a Jolly Rancher, I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, the peeps are the birds?
Peeps are all
The
of
Peeps
all
are
Guys,
little
I'm
chicks.
learning. I'm so sorry. Bullpen,
And
I
it's
missed
like-
you
it's
so
the
much. They're all
brand.
making fun of me in
It's the
here.
brand.
I
Don't
love
listen
you.
to the bullpen.
It's the
stuff.
bunny,
I'm
bunnies
watching.
and chicks.
I haven't been involved in watching the bullpen in a while. And
Yeah, right.
I get in here and they're all making, which is great. I deserve it, I guess. Thank you. The peeps are the birds.
How bad is it not
I didn't
knowing
know
what
what
a
the
peep
bunnies
was?
What?
I don't. It's a pretty common.
Or not being sure about it.
I
don't think it's the worst thing in the. I don't think.
Okay,
it's the worst
I
thing.
walked into the
Worst things
producer
have happened
studio
in here.
today, and Joe said we're gonna rank peeps. I'm like people. Like, what do you mean?
The
I have
peeps.
no
Okay,
idea.
see that.
that's tough.
Not like hearing it and not knowing is
That's
tough.
My in-laws told me yesterday that peeps are better when they're stale.
Oh,
That can't be.
a little crusty on
That
the
can't
outside.
My
be
wife
right.
said the same thing. Like they've been eating them stale,
I gotta go.
and they get harder, and I guess they're better.
I gotta get out of here with you people.
I'm going to eat the rest of these.
Extra points show up next.
Stay tuned.